la 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 Hey, hey, clap really loud so we can get started with the show. Louder! Hey, it's great to see everybody at the library. I brought a little water to cool everybody off on this hot day as we make a splash in the library. Try not to squirt any babies. A little bit of water. Oh my goodness, excuse me, sir. Working hard, that scout is working hard. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Make it grow, Dad. Make it grow. A little bit of water for everybody back over this way. Oh, and everybody up front too. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Pardon me. Hey, is everybody happy? No, is everybody happy? If you're ready for a great time, say, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? They say a smile is just a frown turned upside down. We're going to turn our downside up. So everybody help me. Shake out your hands. Put one finger in the air. Turn to the person on your left side. That's that side. Tap them on the shoulder and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Be careful. Turn the person on this side. Tap them and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Just remember there's a million things that you can do at the library. You can come on in all the way around that way. We have plenty of room on the floor over here. I need somebody to help me with a magic trick on stage. Would that be you, sir? Come on down right there. Clap loud for that young man as he comes this way. Oh, you got to clap louder than that. You might be next. Hello, hello. Stand right there. Smile. You're in show business. What is your name? Ethan. Ethan. Everybody say howdy, Ethan. Ethan, I've got two handkerchiefs, a yellow one and a red one. We're going to tie them together, Ethan, with a good knot. That's the best way to tie things is with a knot. Does that look like a pretty good knot, Ethan? I tell you what, you hold on to those two handkerchiefs. Perfect. And I'll get out my super summer, where'd I put them? So, sunglasses. Here they are. What do you think, everybody? They're perfect for making a splash at the library. You don't have to worry about breaking them. That's for sure. On the count of three, you say go, and Ethan and I are going to do a cool trick with those sunglasses and those handkerchiefs. Ethan, hold them tight. Here we go. On the count of three, say go. 1, 2, 3, go. Just remember, there's a million things that you can learn to do. Whoa. The library. Ethan, did it work? I think it did. Look, 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 look. Whoa. How about a hand for Ethan? Turn around, Ethan. Turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, the next American Idol. Take a bow, Ethan. He's humble too. Clap loud for my friend Ethan. He did a great job. Thank you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. Welcome, grandmothers and grandfathers, to the show. We're so glad that you're here today. Before we go any further, and before we do anything else, we need to make sure we're all ready to start as a group. So everybody, shake out your hands. This includes the grown-ups back there in the cheap seats. Just shake out your hands. Put your hands right in front of you. Good, good, good. Lower your hands a little higher. Put them right in front of you. I'm sorry. Some of the humor is for the grown-ups. But obviously that's no good either. You keep your hands like that. I'm going to put my hands like this. Now when my hands cross, right in the middle, when you see my two hands pass in front of one another like that, at that precise moment in time, I need you to bring your two hands together like this to make a clapping sound. Let's try it. So my hands cross once, you clap once. My hands cross twice, you clap twice. My hands don't cross, you don't clap. You got it. Cooperation. Big word. Means to work together. Let's try it. Ready, set. That was okay your first time, but some of you were a little bit early. Lots of you were a little bit late. And some of the grown-ups were going like this. But I'm not pointing any fingers at those ladies over there. Hello, ladies over there. Let's try it. Hands up. Get ready, get set. With my hands crossed, your hands clap. Ready, set. Oh, but don't clap unless my hands cross, okay? Remember, wait till my hands cross and you clap. Let's try it. All together. Ready, set. More than once. Follow me. Good. Better. Uh-huh. I wasn't dancing, was I? That won't happen again. This time, fast or slow, you follow me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Slow motion. A little faster. Bad. Better. Good. Notice how it sounds when we work together. I didn't stop yet. Some of the grown-ups didn't start yet. They just stared at me. You can do it, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Faster. Thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome to our show. Be sure that you laugh and clap while you're at the show today. Please do not wait till you go home to laugh and clap. It'll be too late. You'll be sitting at home later this afternoon, eating your afternoon snack. And all of a sudden you'll think back to the library in LaVergne, and you didn't clap while you were at the show, and you didn't laugh while you were at the show. So right there at your table, you might start going, your mom will think you are loony. You know what? Your mom already thinks you're loony. But we are glad that you're here today. Be sure you laugh and clap. I brought the newspaper with me today, and I was going to read you something out of the newspaper, but I can't find the right piece. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is right here. It says, it was about the show. Miss Lorna, did you see this in the paper? I was in the paper about the show. I'm famous. I'm a legend in my own mind. It says, that's not it. Just a minute. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. About the show today. It's, that's not it. Just a minute. I must have grabbed the wrong piece. Oh, here it is. It says, that's not it. That's the weather. It says, today in LaVergne, Tennessee, that's where we are, it might rain. It might rain so hard, it could rain cats and dogs. I've never heard of such a thing. Ma'am, have you ever heard of such a thing? It says if it rains cats and dogs, be careful when you leave. You might step in a poodle. A puddle. We're going to have to ask a grown-up for a date on that joke. Let's see. You know what? I must have grabbed the wrong. This is very embarrassing, everybody. I must have grabbed the wrong pieces of paper. I know I put that paper in here somewhere. Would you help me fix this mess? On the count of 3, would you say Shazam? 1, 2, 3, Shazam! We'll just start over. That might be a lot better. Oh, now you can clap real loud. Oh, wait. Come on. I know what you're saying. You're saying, better than I thought he was going to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. It says, today at LaVergne, the public library, that's where we are, we're going to have a wonderful show starring the beautiful, starring the talented, gorgeous, good-looking Miss Lorna. Hey! Oh, it's the pink hair, I think. You know what, Miss Lorna, we do want to thank Miss Lorna. She's been working hard all summer to see that you have a great time and all free at the library. I think we should clap loud for Miss Lorna right now. Thank you, Miss Lorna. You know what? She's here to help you learn. The more you read, the more you know, and the more you know, the smarter you grow. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my favorite trick of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Watch closely. Watch. 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 I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Ta-da! It's my watch. It was a joke. You didn't think it was funny? No, Mr. Scott, you just took it off your wrist. Ha, ha, ha. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time for me to share with you one of my favorite stories. It's sort of like a fairy tale, but it's for grown-ups, too. Once upon a time, there was a king, and everyone loved the king because he always made the right decisions. The king always knew just exactly what to do. One day, the king made a decree. That's like a law, that anytime his subjects met one another, they had to share something. And way back in those days, what the people had to share were called warm fuzzies. You see, way back then, at birth, every person was given a very special magic bag. And whenever they wished, they could reach inside their magic bag and pull out a warm fuzzy. While you might be walking down the street when a total stranger came up to you and said, "You want a warm fuzzy?" And when you said, "Uh-huh," he'd reach inside his bag and pull out a small, round, yellow fuzzy, just about the size of a little girl's hand. But when it saw the light of day, it would bloom and blossom and grow into a large, round, shaggy, warm fuzzy. And as long as when you got it, if you gave it, you'd always get it. You got it? Good. It goes like this. Warm fuzzies are the things we do. Give one, and it would turn to 2. Watch. When you are nice to someone, watch. Along your way, watch. The things you do for others. Treat them like they're your brothers. Makes this another fuzzy day. Watch, watch, watch. Never mind. I forgot to tell you about her, the mean, miserable hag. She was so mean and miserable, she was not even allowed to live in the land. She was so mean and miserable, the only thing that made her happy was seeing everyone else mean and miserable too. So the mean, miserable hag made up a mean, miserable lie about the warm fuzzies.
Don't you know if you keep giving away your warm fuzzies, you're going to run out?
I will?
And so will everyone else. Then what will you do?
You mean someday I might reach inside my small, soft, fluffy magic bag and there wouldn't be any warm fuzzies left? At all! That's so sad!
That's it. And once you run out, you won't have any more. So there.
Okay. Ew. We're back to our grown-up part. People throughout the land became very careful about giving away their warm fuzzies, even though there was a warm fuzzy every time they reached into their bag. They reached into their bags less and less and less. Soon the people throughout the kingdom noticed a lack of warm fuzzies. They thought perhaps that hag's lie was true. Perhaps there was a shortage. But the king said they had to share something. So the hag came back and sold everybody one of these. They looked like fuzzies at first, but they weren't warm. They were cold. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. You know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. How did you do that? Wow. Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. And when a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. But I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in on another secret. That wise old king, He never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night. Yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo! Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same. Whether you're from the south, or the north, or out west, my answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. But I teach my kids this, that warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness, these are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down, clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, hello, stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber going to be in 4th grade. Also, I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. And we're going to make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this? For your birthday in a bag? You know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper. One is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight of hand. And perfect professional polish pro kids prestidigitation. Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your two pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them as best you can. You tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm going to tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear it one more time. Hey-ya! You're the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes? Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, man, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point her to Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we're learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yep. She says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friends. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da-da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. I'm starting to repeat myself. I'm just trying to, never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind the stage, and if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us, but you gotta clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Where we go? We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. No, you can't, Chip. They're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us. Elroy, settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a three, but are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Ricola. Elroy, turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy, hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady, I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy, my little chiquita. Elroy. My little babushka. Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy, Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir? We're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library, it's where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that just got me! I've been kissed by a raccoon! I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke. Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Elroy, Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you could tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I can take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I could twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy. You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy. Just relax. Look into my eyes. You got something in your nose. Elroy. You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy. I ran for the border. Elroy. I got the chalupa. Elroy. Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy. Where the boat leaves from goes that ground. Elroy. Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friends named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Let me go tell her. No, Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap loud for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which is what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. Well, there's always that one that nobody checks out, but we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, to your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks, And we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash and did some fun magic, that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 Watch! What? What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
Hey there, I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to another episode of NASA 360. We have a great show lined up for you today. First, we're going to talk about NASA's exploration plans. You know, like where are they headed? Try the moon. We're going back, and Mars. Then, for all you gearheads out there, we're going to show you how IndyCar and NASCAR are using some NASA technologies in racing. But first, let's talk about this behind me. By the end of the next decade, NASA is planning on going back to the moon. Now, technology, it has changed so much since 1969 when they originally landed on the moon. So NASA's been developing new technologies, new spacecraft, new structures to help them get back. And with any new plan like this, huge concern, safety, and it should be. With that being said, NASA has begun testing the new concepts and vehicles to help them get back to the moon. And this thing behind me, it's part of the testing. It's called the Flight Test Article for the Launch Abort System. What does that mean? Let me help you break it down. The vehicles that NASA will be using in their new exploration plans will look very similar to the Apollo vehicles used back in the 1960s and 70s, but these will be much more advanced. NASA's new spacecraft will include the Ares rockets that will carry crew and cargo into space, the Altair lunar lander that will bring crews down to the lunar surface, and finally there will be the Orion capsule that will house NASA astronauts during liftoff and return to Earth. So you see, this flight test article is a mock-up of that Orion capsule I was just talking about. Yeah, but why would NASA need a mock-up like this? In the unlikely event that the astronauts need to escape from the launch pad quickly, the launch abort system will lift the Orion capsule away from the danger area, 1 mile in the air and 1 mile downrange. Parachutes will deploy, and the capsule will come down for a landing. So before astronauts fly in this capsule, NASA must test it to be sure it operates properly and that it's safe. That's where the flight test article comes in. NASA can't rely on computer simulations alone. So they need to test a full-scale unmanned version of the craft. It will be strapped onto the escape rocket motor and fired to make sure that everything works as planned. The results of this test will help NASA make sure everything is in working order and give some reassurance that this system will keep the crews safe. By now, if you didn't already know it before, you've heard me say NASA first went to the moon back in 1969. But did you know that tons of the materials developed for those first moon missions can be found in our daily lives? That's right. You can find some NASA-inspired technologies in your home, your car, your computer, even in the packaging for the food we eat. And guess where else they can be found? Try professional sports equipment. There's not a sport around that hasn't been touched by NASA in some way. Now, to help show us that NASA technology, Johnny Alonso cruised down to Miami, Florida to meet with some folks from the IndyCar series.
How's it going? Johnny Alonso. Let me ask you something. If you had to guess, what would you say is the most popular spectator sport in the world? Football? Soccer? Basketball? Yeah, those are all popular, but one that doesn't come to mind as quickly is auto racing. Hands down, auto racing's in the top tier of sporting events, and just to prove that, all you gotta do is check out the numbers. You know the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that hosts the Indy 500? That place can almost seat 400,000 people, and that's just for one race. One race.
From the first cars ever built through today, people have always wanted to see cars go faster and faster. But let me tell you, by today's standards, those early cars weren't exactly what you would call safe. A lot of drivers didn't wear seatbelts or helmets, and actually many of the cars didn't even have padded seats. So things could get sketchy really fast in the old days. But today's racing is very different. Although it's still fraught with risks, the technology and engineering that goes into the sport is amazing. Without doubt, racing is one of the most advanced and technology-driven sports around.
Okay, so what does NASA have to do with racing? Well, a lot more than you might think. Dozens of NASA-inspired technologies that were originally created for space and aeronautics are now being used in race cars. So to find out more about these NASA-inspired technologies, I traveled down to the Homestead Miami Raceway to speak with some key people from IndyCar.
Even if you don't know anything about racing, you know what an IndyCar is. These super sleek race cars can put out over 700 horsepower and can reach speeds well over 200 miles per hour. The IndyCar Series is the premier open-wheeled racing league in the country. Now, open-wheel is different from, say, NASCAR, because the steering wheel is outside the main body, not tucked under a roof.
So a lot of testing goes into every car, and one of the key elements that are being tested are the car's aerodynamic characteristics.
Aerodynamics is a big deal in racing because you want your car to go fast, but stay on the track at the same time. Think about it like this. When a jetliner takes off, it's usually moving between 150 and 180 miles per hour. So, if an Indy car goes over 200 miles per hour, you would think it might take off too, right? Well, one of the major reasons the car sticks to the ground is because of its wings. Yeah, that's right. Indy cars have wings that are similar to a jetliner. But the big difference is the IndyCar wings are turned upside down, providing downforce instead of lift. So, instead of the car taking off like a plane does, the air pressure pushes the car towards the ground, keeping it firmly planted on the track.
So how are race cars' aerodynamic characteristics tested? Well, pretty much the same way we test airplanes, in wind tunnels. A lot of car designers team up with NASA to use NASA wind tunnels to get a better handle on aerodynamics. So whether you're driving in your family car, flying in a plane, or zipping around in an Indy car, it's a good bet that a lot of initial testing was done at NASA. Another NASA-inspired technology being used in racing today is the fire protection suits worn by drivers and pit crews. Originally used by NASA astronauts for the rigors of space, today's drivers wear boots, gloves, masks, and overalls that can help keep them safe in case of a fire. In fact, these suits are so good that recent tests determined that drivers can theoretically survive up to 35 seconds in a fire, with the heat reaching 1,500 degrees. Help us find out about the cutting-edge technology used in these cars. I spoke with my buddy Les McTaggart from the IndyCar Series.
This is a current IndyCar Series car, and I mean, this car is capable of probably traveling over 230 miles an hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So safety is one of the prime concerns for us, obviously because the drivers are very important. So the whole car, this whole section of the car really is the cockpit area where the driver's located. He sits in this area here. We have a headrest structure around here. This has foam inside, and it's to protect the driver's head in an accident so that this compresses. Behind that we have a molded seat. Now this seat is it's made of a dense foam material, and it's actually molded to the driver's body. It fits every curvature of his body to hold him very securely in the cockpit, so that in a high impact condition he doesn't move in the car, because if he moves in the car, that's when you get an injury.
Let's talk about aerodynamics.
Right, the aerodynamics of these cars actually is really cool because the whole car is designed like an upside down wing. We propel the air under the car faster than it flows over the top surface, and the reason that we do that is to create ground effects. And the ground effects on this car typically is probably about 3,000 pounds of negative pressure. So you could run this car on the ceiling at 180 miles an hour and it wouldn't fall off.
Wow.
And the idea is so you can go through corners very fast because the car is actually sucked to the ground.
So can you tell the viewers how the aerodynamics have actually changed with the cars?
Yeah, I mean, certainly over the last 10 or 15 years, they've become much more sophisticated because we have many more tools to refine the cars. Okay. Wind tunnels have become much more sophisticated in terms of the speeds we can run the cars in. And we can understand all aspects of the cars now because not only going in a straight line, we look at how they spin, how they react, resistance to the car, and can we improve the safety of the car in different situations. So the tools available to us now are 10 times better than they were 15 years ago. Safety is very important to us, and we're constantly looking at new technology to try and improve the situation for the drivers, because all we can do really is minimize the risk, and anything that we can improve, as I say, we're constantly looking at structures and different mechanisms to make it better.
Drivers have also benefited from other NASA-inspired technologies. Things like improved brakes, oil seals, specialized safety seats, accelerometers, and many, many other things. So who are these daredevils that take these risks every day? Well, I caught up with a few drivers to find out how technology is not only helping them drive better, but be safe too.
If you're a race car driver, you're never going to fear that something's going to happen to you. Obviously, it's good to have the safety, but we're always going to be in a risk. It's never going to be 100% safe.
Yellow car in front. Yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow. Great job, Tony.
It makes us more comfortable knowing that we have an extra safety devices. We have the Hunt device, which is it's a device that we put around our necks, and it's attached to the helmet. Because if you had a head crash, your neck wouldn't snap, so you wouldn't break your neck, and then all the other things I talked about. But there's so many variables that can happen on the streets that don't happen here, that I would say I feel a lot safer in the racetrack than in actually on the streets.
Now, I mean, we have the seats molded to us. I mean, everything, I mean, it's all really compact. That the cars are meant to disintegrate, like, so it takes less G-forces off of us, exactly. So, you know, we still, as drivers, we don't like to even talk about it, but no, it's great. I mean, you know, as long as these cars stay on the ground, that you're safe. So it's come definitely a long way. Sure. Not as far as maybe NASA, but.
All right. So we found out a few technologies that some race car engineers are using that originally came from NASA. But do you think NASA can learn anything from an Indy car? Ha! You better believe it.
Check it out. Right now, NASA is planning missions back to the moon and onto Mars. The capsule NASA will be using is called the Orion. And even though Orion looks similar to the old Apollo capsule, it's a brand new state-of-the-art spacecraft that'll hold between 4 and 6 crew members. Now, if you recall, when the old Apollo capsules returned from the moon, they splashed down into the ocean, right? Well, that worked well for the Apollo. But today, NASA scientists are researching whether the Orion will come down in the ocean or if they wanted to come down on land. Either way, some serious work is going into understanding how to protect astronauts from injury during landing.
Although NASA has tons of data on what astronauts may experience during landing, they're also working with IndyCar to look at their data too. This is because IndyCar has detailed data for every crash since 1996. As you can imagine, when a car hits the wall at 200 miles per hour, the occupant will experience huge G-loads. So it's a no-brainer that IndyCar and NASA would be working hand in hand to produce better protection strategies for both drivers and astronauts. NASA will use much of the data to help design optimum seat configurations to help minimize risks to our crews upon re-entry and landing, while IndyCar will benefit by having NASA researchers designing seat configurations that may also help keep race drivers safe. So whether in spacecraft or in race cars, both groups are working hard to provide the best protection for vehicle occupants.
Okay, earlier in the show, we talked about how NASA is planning on sending astronauts back to the moon and then on to Mars, remember? All right, well, here's a question for you. Where are they going to live once they get there? And most likely, during the first few missions, astronauts will live on the spacecraft that got them there. But as they begin to stay for longer and longer periods of time, NASA's really going to need to provide some permanent living quarters. So, are we talking condos? Are we talking apartments on the moon? Not quite. What will astronaut housing look like on the moon and Mars? And how will it be constructed? Let me tell you. Right now, the leading candidate for moon and Mars habitats are something called inflatable structures, like these guys right here. Now, these structures are kind of similar to those giant blow-up bounce houses you might find at your state fair or at a birthday party. However, the inflatable structures that NASA's looking at are as tough as nails. They're hard as steel, and they're able to withstand the rigors of space as well as the different environments of Mars and the moon. I spoke with Judith Watson at NASA Langley to find out how these inflatable structures are going to work.
Inflatables have been around for a long time. If you go back as early as the early satellites like the Echo, that was actually a balloon that we orbited all in space. So it was an inflatable structure. As early as the 1960s, Wernher von Braun was considering using inflatables on a space station orbiting the Earth. So they've been around for a long time. More recently, in the 90s, we started looking at a possibility of one as part of space station to give the astronauts a little bit more room. So it's not that uncommon. It's been around for a while, and now we want to take it and take a look at it. Is it good enough for the astronauts to live in on the moon? We're actually looking at materials like Kevlar and Vectran, which are very sturdy fabric materials. We use a bladder that's a polyethylene coated type material, so it's sort of a rubber coating to it to help hold the atmosphere in. Your Kevlar, your Vectran, which is like webbing, acts as a restraint layer and holds the load. So you have a very sturdy fabric material holding in the atmosphere. Then you put other layers on top of that to protect it thermally from the changes in temperature. It gets quite hot and quite cold on the moon. We also have to look out for radiation problems for the crew. The moon is going to be like living on a vacuum. So you don't have an atmosphere, we don't have air, we have to take that with us. We have the micrometeoroid threat, which means there's small little rocks, varying sizes, that come through very fast, at very high speeds, much faster than even a bullet comes through on Earth, that can hit the structure and punch a hole in it. And that's the same whether it's steel, composite, or an inflatable structure. So whatever we put up there, we have to put up a protection layer to protect against that.
Geez, I have to tell you, I'm dying to touch that, just to see if I can kind of push it. And can we go over?
Sure,
Should I take a look?
Come on over. It can be hard as steel. Right now, it's only pressurized like 0.1 psi.
Right.
We want to go to 9 psi. So that's like going from 1 to 100. So it gets a lot stiffer. So if you push on this, you can push on it a little bit.
Yeah, it has a little give to it.
It gets a little give. But in reality, once you really bring it up in pressure, the way that it's going to be on the moon, it's going to be as hard as steel. To give you an example of it, here's my trusty basketball. Basketballs are basically inflatables in their own right. They have a certain type of material on them. They're actually even coated with rubber, not unlike we're going to coat the inside of this guy. And if you think about it, they're pretty darn hard.
They are.
So they can bounce. So it's going to be a very similar principle. We're going to put enough pressure in there that this thing's going to be very hard.
Judith, if I'm an astronaut on the moon, how do I get into an inflatable structure? If it's pressurized, when I walk into it or go into it, isn't it going to affect the pressure?
It will, and that's why we have airlock. So if you want to step around this way, I can show you the airlock and how it operates. Then we can open the door, and you can step inside. And here you go.
Oh, wow, this is amazing. Earlier you were talking about the bladder.
Yes.
Okay. Describe what you mean by the bladder of this structure.
Okay, the bladder's this inside layer. It's coated in polyethylene, which is like a rubber, and that's to keep the air from going out. The idea is we don't want this even leaking a little bit. Anything in space is going to leak a very small amount.
Right.
So we want them to keep their air as long as possible. So we've got that on the inside, and it usually doesn't maintain the structure, the tension that's caused by the air. It's just here to protect the air from going out.
Okay.
So it's a little bit larger, so there we get little wrinkles sometimes if it's not totally inflated like it is right now. It's very stretchable.
Very stretchable.
So that's what the inside is made out of.
All right, Judith, I think we're equalized. We ready to go?
Sure thing.
That is so cool.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I'm very happy to show it to you.
So we know NASA is not just going to send up these inflatable structures to the moon or Mars without testing them first, but where on Earth do you test these structures to make sure they can withstand the rigors of space? NASA packed an inflatable structure habitat and sent it down to McMurdo Station, Antarctica, where the focus was to see how easy it was to deploy and how it held up under those harsh conditions. A small group unpacked and set up the inflatable, then began to inflate it. Once the inflatable was laid out and secured, about 6 minutes later, it was fully inflated and ready to be used. This is good news because although the conditions are tough down in Antarctica, it will probably be just a little bit harder on the moon, where astronauts have to carry their own oxygen and work inside bulky spacesuits. You may wonder if this inflatable structure can actually hold up on the moon and Mars. Why doesn't NASA just send up rigid structures? Well, there are a lot of reasons, but two of the most important are storage and weight. Right now, this huge inflatable structure can fold up into a very small space for shipment to the moon, and it's considerably lighter than rigid structures. Now, this is important. To land 1 pound of supplies on the lunar surface, NASA must launch 125 pounds of hardware and fuel to get it there. Another benefit is that this inflatable structure can be taken down and redeployed multiple times, permitting exploration beyond the initial landing area. So it looks like NASA is on the right track.
Okay, so earlier in the program, we showed you how NASA's working with the IndyCar series to help make changes in safety and technology. But they're not the only racing series that NASA's working with. That's right, NASA's also helping NASCAR to help make improvements in their cars too. Of course, many of the NASA technologies found in IndyCar and NASCAR are the same. But there are some unique characteristics found in stock car, not found in IndyCar. So what are they? I cruised down to Mooresville, North Carolina to speak with one of the premier teams in all of racing, Team Penske. Can you tell me some things that NASA has been influential with auto racing?
Yeah. In fact, we've got some good applications that we use right here. A lot of them are related to how we protect the driver, keep his head in the game, so to speak. Obviously, one of the byproducts of combustion is carbon monoxide. It's bad stuff.
Now, many drivers have complained about headaches, nausea, and dizziness. So, to help these drivers with this type of sickness, Team Penske once again worked with NASA. The solution came from a NASA project called the Low Temperature Oxidation Catalyst that was originally designed for use on space-based atmospheric lasers. So Penske engineers took the basic idea from NASA and then designed a catalytic air filter that removes over 99% of all airborne particles. Once the particles are removed, the air is cooled and pumped into the driver's helmet, giving them fresh, clean air. With this new development, carbon monoxide sickness in drivers may soon be a thing of the past. And this may seem pretty obvious, but one key difference between IndyCar and NASCAR is that NASCAR vehicles have a roof. So why is this so important? Well, one big factor is heat. In an IndyCar, the driver is exposed to a 200-mile-per-hour wind stream, which keeps them relatively cool. But in a stock car, the roof keeps a lot of the heat inside, allowing temperatures to reach upwards of 160 degrees. To combat this, NASCAR teams began insulating car cockpits with the same type of thermal protection system that protects the space shuttle when it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. This addition only added 4 pounds to the car, but cut the heat inside by over 50 degrees.
We're always questioning the design. First thing is, we have what's called a scale model program. We have a car just like this, but it's 45% of that in every detail. We'll blow that and do design studies on that to figure out, how things work.
Right.
Second thing is, we'll take these full cars and we'll blow them in a wind tunnel.
Sure.
We've done it at Langley.
NASA wind tunnel.
There you
go.
go.
At Langley.
Another way is purely theoretical, to use computational fluid dynamics to look at the flow of the car, which is all mathematical. If you take all of those approaches and combine them, you start to get a full understanding of what's going on and how to make it faster.
Doctor, what inspired you to become an engineer?
Well, NASA had a huge role in it. I grew up in that community, watched all the moon launches from my front yard. So it was just a part of that culture. And science and technology and engineering as applied science, it was a natural for me. So I couldn't say no. Haven't regretted it since.
So Ken, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
Definitely, and we'll be seeing you at the next race.
Enjoyed it.
Take care. So we have learned a lot today about exploration and how NASA technologies are helping out in auto racing. And with us going back to the moon and on to Mars, there's no doubt that tons of these NASA technologies will be converted to be used in our everyday lives. Yeah. For Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. Catch you next time on NASA 360. Help us find out about the cutting technology to cutting edge.
What about the most
And how NASA technologies are helping out. Again? Dozens of NASA... Yeah. Okay, so what is that? So Kent, thanks for having me down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
And we'll be rooting for you too. Do it again. So Kent, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem. Come back anytime. Enjoyed it.
Definitely, and we'll be voting for you. Jeez, I can't get this done. They're moving the car, I'm moving out. Voting, rooting.
or actually can be found?
So to find out what some more of these NASA-inspired technologies are, I came here. Ah, that was it! Driving in a family car, zipping around in an Indy car. Sure bet that, whatever, the last line.
Sharks. What do you think of when you hear the word sharks? Does your heart beat a little faster? Does thinking of sharks make you a little nervous to go swimming in the ocean? Well, if it does, you're certainly not alone. Many people think sharks are aggressive, terrifying beasts that stalk the oceans. But are they really menacing hunters that attack humans at will? Or are they one of nature's misunderstood predators that has an important role in the balance of biodiversity on the planet? It will be easier to decide if sharks are friends or foes after you look at life from the shark's perspective in this edition of Saving a Species. The Shark Story. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And I'll admit, at first glance, sharks can be pretty intimidating looking creatures. That's probably part of the reason they get such a bad rap from us humans. But there's a lot more to sharks than just their menacing look. Sharks are fascinating creatures, and they come in all shapes and sizes. Some sharks are sleek and angular, like the bull or lemon shark. Nurse sharks have larger heads and bigger profiles. And some, like this hammerhead, are just plain bizarre. These efficient swimming machines range in size from the bigger-than-a-school bus whale shark, nearly 14 meters long, to the tiny pygmy ribbon-tailed cat shark, which only grows to about 25 centimeters. Some sharks are flesh-eating ocean predators, but other sharks eat nothing but plankton. Regardless of shape, size, or diet, sharks have interesting and unique characteristics and a specific role in their environment. I guess you can tell by now that I think sharks are cool, but I bet you will too, once you know more about them. So come on, let's go meet some sharks. This is Sharks Deep Dive at SeaWorld Orlando, and it's a great way to start learning about sharks by observing them up close in their environment. And now I'm definitely into learning about every animal that shares our planet, but we should respect their space. And in the case of sharks, I also respect their power and abilities. So this diving cage is a good way to visit these predators of the deep.
Oh my gosh, that's a sand tiger shark. Those are all the bigger ones that you see. There's one right here in front of us. Oh my gosh. They're incredible looking. They've got all those teeth. They really look like the predators that everybody thinks about when they think of scary sharks and all that. You know what? Sharks in general really aren't all that scary, but it sure looks like it when you're down here looking at them. You can understand why people feel that way. Wow, look at the sawfish. They're only found around Florida now, and it's an endangered species. They used to be found all the way up to Rhode Island, and then down all the way through Central and into South America, down as far as Brazil, but now they don't find them anymore. They're actually such an endangered species, they're really only found around Florida now. Oh, that's incredible. Look at how big he is.
Who was around first, sharks or dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs. The dinosaur. Both. Or both. Both. Or both. The dinosaur.
Are you sure? Well, sharks are one of the oldest species on Earth, with scientists estimating that ancestors of today's sharks inhabited the oceans between 350 and 400 million years ago. That's millions of years before dinosaurs and other backbone animals roamed the Earth. The most spectacular ancient shark was probably the megalodon, a huge shark with teeth the size of a human hand. This one was probably a flesh eater. And at an estimated 40 to 55 feet long, that's 3 or 4 SUVs end to end, the megalodon was likely the top predator of its time. By 100 million years ago, about the time dinosaurs were around, sharks looked pretty much like they do today. And unlike other animals, they really haven't changed much in the last million years or so.
That's probably because they're highly suited to their environment, which brings us to our next question.
Where do sharks live? In saltwater, freshwater, warm water, or cold?
They live in salt water and both in warm and cold water.
You sure?
Yes, salt water and warm and cold.
Positive? You want to change it?
No.
Sharks can actually be found just about everywhere in all types of waters, from shallow coastal habitats and tropical lagoons to deep water open oceans and polar seas. They can live in saltwater and brackish water, and some even live in freshwater lakes and rivers. Now, knowing that, here's another question. Is a shark a fish, a mammal, or a reptile?
A fish. A fish?
You got that one right on. All right. Sharks are fish, even though they don't look much like the fish we commonly think of. But like all fish, most sharks are cold-blooded or ectothermic, which means their body temperature is controlled by their environment. They also have a skeleton and fins, live in the water, and breathe with gills. But that's where the similarities stop. 96% of the fish that exist today, and there are nearly 24,000 different species, are classified as bony fishes because their skeletons are made of bones, like ours. But the 350 or so species of sharks are in a much smaller class of fish, called chondrichthyes or cartilaginous fishes, because their skeletons are made of cartilage, not bone. Grab your nose or your earlobe. That's cartilage. Doesn't seem much like skeleton material, does it? Wow, I guess one thing we all realize is that most sharks have lots of teeth. But did you know that some sharks go through as many as 30,000 teeth in a lifetime? Sharks grow new teeth all the time and have several rows of teeth front to back. When they lose a tooth, one from the row behind just moves up to take its place. Sharks are also famous for their sense of smell. The rest of the shark senses are just as highly advanced. For example, their eyes are perfect for seeing in dim light and are particularly sensitive to moving objects. And even though sharks don't have an outer ear, their inner ear is so advanced it can detect sound, acceleration, and gravity. Plus, sharks have two other internal systems that help them find their prey. One is called the lateral line, which are fluid-filled canals in the shark's body that sense low-frequency vibrations. The other is called the ampullae of Lorenzini, and these are tiny sensory pores that run along a shark's head and can detect faint electrical signals generated by a prey animal. Delicious. I wonder if sharks think that. You know, the only sense scientists don't know much about is the shark's sense of taste. But they do know what most sharks eat, and it's not what many people think. Sharks eat lots of things, but the big question often is, do sharks target humans as food? This is definitely a question for a true expert like Ralph Collier, researcher and author of Shark Attacks of the 20th Century. You've written the book on shark attacks, so it encompassed all the last century. How many shark attacks have there been in the last century?
In my book, Shark Attacks of the 20th Century, I described all of the authenticated attacks from 1900 to 1999. And we had a total of 108 shark attacks. Yes, a total of 108. Of that, only 8 were fatal. Now, what's of more interest to me is that in one single year, just in the city of San Francisco, in 1998, there were 596 people that were bitten by dogs.
Yeah.
And there were
so
only
in one city, in 1 year.
There were almost more than 5 times as many attacks by dogs on people as there were attacks by sharks on people for an entire century.
So Ralph, do sharks actually really purposely attack humans?
No. Very few attacks, specifically by white sharks, very few are the result of what is commonly referred to as mistaken identity, which is really a misnomer. If a shark comes in on a prey to bite it, that's a predatory attack. And very few of those take place between sharks as far as being directed at people.
I love the water. I like going out in the ocean. Are there things that I can do to help protect myself, you know, from getting an attack, you know, from being one of those small statistical numbers?
Yes, there is. White shark attacks, more than 60% of the attacks occurred at what I refer to as a recurring location. In other words, an attack had occurred at this same place prior. And so we have multiple attacks. If you're in the water and you see the natural prey, natural animals, suddenly do something unusual, well, there's a reason for that. Fish sense when a predator's on the prowl. They leave the area. So there are lots of cues.
What do sharks eat?
They eat fish.
Meat.
Like cows?
Basically all meat in the water. Some sharks eat stingrays, and other sharks eat other fish and other sharks.
We've got a shark expert here on our hands. Different species eat different things. And while some sharks are opportunistic and eat anything that comes along, others show definite preferences. Hammerheads eat mostly stingrays. Tiger sharks seem to prefer sea turtles. Blue sharks eat squid, and whale sharks eat only plankton. Sharks also eat a lot less than most people think because they're cold-blooded and have a much lower metabolism, which means they need less food. So depending on their size and species, sharks eat between 1 and 10% of their body weight in a week. And it's likely that many sharks go weeks at a time without eating at all. So how do sharks hunt for their food? Well, their hunting strategies aren't that different from predators on land or in the air. The eagle uses its eyesight and speed to grab its prey from above, while sharks grab their prey from below using the same senses of eyesight and speed, plus their special senses to catch their prey. Sharks, just like other predators, will attack the weakest and most vulnerable prey. And by doing this, they play an important role in the balance of the ecosystem. This natural culling by sharks helps keep all ocean populations strong and healthy. But if you remove sharks from the food chain, other populations could increase, which would then unnaturally affect other species, which could then decrease and affect other populations, which would, well, you get my point. Do sharks lay eggs, or do they give birth to live young?
They lay eggs. They give birth to babies live.
They lay eggs.
We tricked them finally. The right answer to this question is both, depending on the species. Shark eggs are all fertilized within the mother, but then there are 3 very different types of embryonic development with 3 very long names. Oviparous means egg birth. In oviparous sharks, the embryos are protected by egg cases that the female deposits into the water and hatch later on their own. Ovoviviparous means egg live birth. With these species, a shell membrane encases the egg or a group of eggs inside the mother. At a certain point, the embryo sheds the membrane, completes development, and is born ready to swim. Viviparous means live birth. Viviparous shark embryos develop attached to the mother through a yolk sac placenta and are also born fully developed and ready to swim. Gestation varies among the different species and can range from a few months to as long as 2 years from conception to birth. Also, sharks mature and reproduce slower than other species and don't produce large numbers of offspring like bony fishes do. Add that to long gestation periods, and it's easy to see how shark populations are difficult to sustain if outside forces began to adversely affect them, which they are. Already, the great white shark, the whale shark, and the basking shark are at risk of becoming extinct. And more than 75 species are considered vulnerable because their numbers are rapidly dwindling. Now, I know it may be hard for you to be concerned that there are fewer sharks, but if we look at the big picture, every species is important to the health and biodiversity of our planet. Any time a species is removed from its place in the overall scheme, it adversely affects the whole system. Sharks, like this white-spotted bamboo shark, are no exception. And that's why we need to continue to learn more about sharks and how to preserve them and their environment. Every conservationist's goal is to preserve and protect wildlife and wild places. And that's why it's so important to learn everything we can. One of the best ways to reach that goal is research. Good, solid research that tells us more about individual species and their habitat requirements. Some shark research is conducted in the wild, But Mike Shaw, curator of fishes at SeaWorld San Diego, has worked with sharks for 28 years and has discovered an amazing amount of information.
Shark populations are under pressure in many areas of the world, and therefore the more that we can learn about sharks in aquaria, the more we can apply that knowledge to helping shark populations.
Managing the day-to-day health of the sharks is no small task.
We monitor these animals very closely. We look at them each morning and throughout the day to make sure that they don't have any injuries, that they're behaving normally, that they don't show any obvious signs of parasites. And when we do feed them, we put a number of vitamins and minerals into the food in order to make sure they're getting proper nutrition.
Exhibits like this have taught us a lot about shark conservation in the wild.
It surprised us to learn that they don't eat very much, not as much as you might suspect. We find that typically, depending upon the species, a shark would eat between 1 and 8% of its body weight per week.
Basic research data like growth rates and blood chemistry has taught us a lot, but we have accomplished even more.
Perhaps the most important thing is we've had some reproductive successes here at SeaWorld. And these would include black-tip sharks, white-tip sharks, and bonnethead sharks. And what we've seen is that when they give birth to very small numbers, not huge numbers like bony fishes do, where they may give birth to hundreds or thousands or even millions of offspring. With many shark species, they're giving birth to 2 to 4 to 8 offspring at a time. This means that populations take a long time to build up because they're only giving birth to small numbers when they do so.
It's amazing how much we've been able to learn from sharks in the care of humans. And we've compiled a good database of shark information. But even with all this knowledge, there's still a lot that we don't know. For one thing, many sharks have never been in a zoological or aquarium setting where they could be studied closely. So most of what we know about some species of sharks come from studies in the field by dedicated scientists. Scientists like Brent Stewart of the Hubs SeaWorld Research Institute.
We're studying the whale shark, which is the largest fish in the world's oceans. We really don't know much about whale sharks. That's one of the great things about studying them, is everything you learn is brand new.
In a study like this, specific information can be gathered.
The primary thing we're really trying to learn is where the sharks are. What are the habitats in the world's oceans that are important to the sharks and where they range? So that's geographical habitats, distribution, but also the vertical habitats. What areas in the water column do they use to make a living? And we thought that they were probably near-surface animals because they're filter feeders. But we've learned, in fact, that they're pretty deep animals sometimes. They go beyond 1,000 meters and they spend a lot of time there. So what we've learned has just created a lot more amazing questions about them.
All that's learned from this study can really benefit the whale shark.
Whale sharks are not often seen. They're seen in occasionally these wonderful places like Ningaloo Reef, around Thailand, the Sea of Cortez, and in between we really don't know where they are. They are hunted in some places, and they're part of the shark fin market for soup. So there is some unregulated taking, and we're hoping that this will feed into that and try to help manage those areas that are either regulated taking, which is pretty limited now, or help increase some attention to those areas where there's unregulated killing.
Research is frequently a group project, with several organizations collaborating to provide better resources. And that was the case for a nurse shark study in the dried tortugas, when volunteers from SeaWorld joined the group. The project focuses on the reproductive physiology of nurse sharks, and collecting data is the #1 priority. Researchers from Albion University, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and SeaWorld Orlando meet yearly to capture, tag, and collect data on a number of nurse sharks. For Wes Pratt of the National Marine Fisheries Service, tagging is a staple of research.
We've been studying sharks at National Marine Fisheries Service for 35 years with a tagging program. That's a natural extension of this is to study the nurse sharks now. We'll be putting a little hole in the shark's first dorsal fin and applying these blue tags with this little pair of pliers here. It's kind of like getting your ear pierced, and it provides a mark that lasts for as long as 27 years. We've had this particular tag last on a shark.
Researchers collect the same information year after year as the sharks mature and add it to a growing database. With this collective data, the researchers are learning more about growth rates, reproductive physiology, and population stability in this particular group of nurse sharks. As head researcher Dr. Jeff Carrier of Albion University knows, it's important information to have.
Aside from the pure and applied science of the study, one of the things that's important is that sharks are commercially valuable. And if we're going to understand them and understand how many we can take in a commercial fishery, we need to know something about the rate at which they replace themselves. Part of the study depends on us being able to know who the animals are in the area, and for that we do a tagging program.
Nice job. Going right back to where we caught her.
Well, we've looked at research at zoological parks and aquariums, and we've looked at research in the wild. But there's one facility that's trying a combination of both in order to learn more about one of the most notorious sharks alive today. In an effort to dispel the worst reputation in the shark world, the Monterey Bay Aquarium has dedicated a special research program to the great white shark. The project began with capturing, tagging, and releasing young white sharks to learn more about this threatened species in the wild. The tracking data provided good information and a beginning look into the white shark's behavior, habitat, and migration patterns. The next step in the program was to bring a white shark to the aquarium for exhibit and further behavioral study. And in order to succeed where others have failed, the aquarium first brought a young white shark to a 5 million gallon ocean pen to see how the shark would react. After a period of constant observation of the shark's behavior in the pen, the young white shark was fitted with an electronic tag and released. Then, in the fall of 2004, a young female great white shark was brought to the aquarium after being accidentally caught in a commercial fishing net. After an acclimation period in the ocean pen, she was moved to the aquarium's Outer Bay exhibit, a 1 million gallon marine display. This is the first time a great white has ever been held for any length of time in a controlled habitat. But the young shark is doing really well. She is swimming strongly and her appetite is good. And as long as she does well, she'll stay. If she shows any signs of distress or failing health, she'll be tagged and released. So far, this ambitious research program has been very successful. Like most zoological parks and aquariums, Monterey Bay's mission is to inspire conservation by bringing guests face to face with living animals. They hope to raise awareness of the plight of the great white and all sharks by providing guests the opportunity to see a great white shark in a non-threatening environment, and by teaching them about the shark's important role in maintaining the balance of the ocean ecosystem. So far, this young ambassador for the great white shark species is doing a great job. But only time will tell if we human visitors will do our part to save her species. Through innovative research, we can expand our knowledge of the world around us and find new ways to preserve and protect species like sharks. But it takes more than knowledge to affect change. It takes everyone working together to do the right things to save our wildlife. There are a number of different projects that are working to save the shark, but there's one preservation program that's definitely unusual, especially since it involves training sharks, not an animal many people think of as trainable. It's a successful model of behavioral training for shark husbandry being used at Discovery Cove in Florida, and aquarium supervisor Laura Simmons is excited about the possibilities. So Laura, with my background as a trainer, I'm really interested to hear about your shark training program.
Researchers have been trying to train sharks for over 30 years, but what we've done here at Discovery Cove is we've tried to utilize the training for husbandry techniques and also even for educational purposes.
What types of behaviors have they been learning?
It's not necessarily the behaviors that they learn, it's more that we condition them to feed at certain areas, condition them to come up to a particular spot where we need for them to be, so that we can see them up close, so that we can make sure that each animal is feeding appropriately.
So you guys get a chance to get up close. Do the guests have that opportunity as well?
We have a program called Trainer for a Day, and our guests actually get to feed the sharks when they come to visit us here.
So is that a scary experience or a positive experience?
It's very positive because not only is it educational, but it's a way for them to get up close and see that they're not scary, vicious animals, that they're actually very beautiful. When they have a chance to hand feed a nurse shark or actually tongue feed, they're seeing that these animals are very powerful and mysterious, but at the same time they're not scary anymore. So a guest that may come in thinking, oh, I'm really afraid of sharks, I don't think I want to see one, once they go up close to them, they all of a sudden take more interest in them and the way they might behave in the wild.
Each year, humans cause the death of as many as 100 million sharks. It's the result of a combination of factors: competition for the same resources, overfishing, accidental deaths as bycatch in commercial fishing nets, and unnecessary killings due to superstition or lack of education. But whatever the case, we're killing sharks faster than they can reproduce. Sharks are very valuable to commercial fishermen because of an increased demand for shark products. One particularly wasteful type of shark fishing is called finning, where only the fins of the shark are cut off, and the rest is simply tossed back into the ocean to die, all just to make fin soup, which some cultures view as a delicacy. The killing of sharks to sell their parts for a high price is actually a hauntingly similar scenario to the California sea otter, an animal hunted almost to extinction for its fur. So to keep this from happening to sharks, we need to work now to protect them. What can you do to help? Well, conservation begins with learning. So learning about sharks and why they are an important species to save is a good first step. You can also support legislation to protect sharks and their habitats, as well as legislation to make commercial fishing safer for all the bycatch species: sharks, dolphins, turtles, and others. You can do your part to keep the oceans and waterways clean for sharks and all other marine species, because habitat pollution is a major factor in wildlife survival. You can always support one of the many conservation organizations that are working to help the sharks too. Organizations such as the Nature Conservancy and Wild Aid, which do research in several locations around the world to learn more about sharks. Another is the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, which supports shark conservation programs to reduce overfishing and overconsumption of sharks and shark products, as well as many other species and habitat programs. So what do you say, friend or foe? I definitely say friend, and I hope by now you think so too. Sharks are incredible creatures, and there's still so much we don't know about them. But through continued research, we'll learn more. And through education, we'll work to dispel the fears and myths about sharks. Because the only way to save an animal is to care about it, recognize its value and place in this ecosystem we call Earth. I'm Julie Scardina, and thanks for joining us for The Shark Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The sharks featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening and welcome to the public hearing for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is September 5th, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. First order of business is Ordinance 2023-21, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 72, consisting of approximately 9.33 acres, located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive, from C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District to an R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. At this point, the podium is open, and if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this item, you can. Just need to state your name and address for the record. And again, the podium is open if anyone would like to speak on this rezoning. Seeing none, we'll close out the public hearing and reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is September 5th, 2023, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. The prayer tonight will be with Alderwoman Hobbs, and I will have the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Dear Heavenly Father, I pray for our leadership. May we all serve with our hearts towards you. I pray for protection over our city and care for our first responders. Please bring peace and unity to our community and bring your blessing and favor to all of us. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Moving on to our order of business. First is to approve the minutes from the August 1st, 2023 regular meeting and August 22nd, 2023 special meeting. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Alderman Waldron?
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the public comment period. And we've got several people signed up today. So each person will have 3 minutes at the podium. We do ask that you state your name and address for the record. First we have Deborah Roan.
Good evening, Mayor Cole and members of the board. My name is Deborah Roan, and I am a member of the LaVergne Senior Center, and there's quite a few representations here tonight. We wanted to present the board and the city with a document, and the document is as follows. It says, it's to Bruce Richardson, City Administrator, and Mayor Jason Cole. Dear Mayor Cole and other persons of interest, we do not ask why the resignation of Melissa Cooper and Linda Tomlin. We ask for the expeditious rehire, reinstatement of Melissa Cooper and Linda Tomlin to their positions at the LaVergne Senior Center. And this document, we have multiple signatures from the members. And I wanted to just speak from my heart to let you guys know how important the Senior Center is to all of our members. Also, since I have been there, I know how caring Melissa and Linda have been to all of us. They have embraced us as family members. A lot of us would not even have a place to come to if it were not for them. So we wanted to just let you all know how much we love and appreciate. We don't know all the ins and outs or anything that's going on. We're just saying that we definitely support them because they have supported us and have been nothing but good to each and every one of us.
Well, I am Juanita Leonard, and I have been a member for the senior citizens there for 22, or going on 25 years. And I have never had, I have been through 4 different people that have run it. Nobody has run it like Linda and Melissa have. They are in every way, food, fashion, friends, bowed up to help people. And as far as that matter, where are we going to go if the senior citizens is closed? Where are the seniors going? Where is our building going? What are we going to do? Because if it hadn't been for the senior citizen, I wouldn't be here today. I'm 90 years old. And I don't think I would be here because, I mean, it's just changed my life always completely. So therefore, I just say that we need our building and we need our people.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, thank you.
Next I have, thank you. I have Leah Kissendanner. Miss Leah. I didn't know her last name. Miss Leah.
Gassendanner.
Gassendanner. Okay.
She must have snuck in. I didn't see her.
Yeah, or something.
And you can talk. My name, hello everybody. My name is Leah Gissendanner. I live at 253 Bill Stewart Boulevard in LaVergne here. And when I heard what was going on, I had to come, I had to speak up for Miss Melissa and Miss Linda both. They've been like my parents. They took care of me, and they take care of each one of us down at the center as if we are their own. And I had to come and speak up because I've been there down at the center almost 12 years. And where else would I go? I would stay home, stay by myself. No, this way I could talk to my mom and my sisters and brothers, and I am happy because I have a family, an extended family. a family I would not have if I didn't belong to the senior center. And I just thank God for my family. I thank God for Miss Melissa and Miss Linda, for they're just like my family. They take care of me, and I appreciate it. And we can't go without, we need them. So please, think about it first, what you're doing before you do it.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jenny Terrell, and I live at 506 Rutherford Point Circle. I'm on the back sheet, but I want to say I have come from Memphis, Tennessee to live here, and I came in 2011, and I love the senior center. My doctor said I need to find a place that would give me peace and help me over my stroke. I have been striving with that center, and because of Linda and Miss Melissa, we have fun. And they make sure that we are taken care of. If somebody is sick, they're gonna find out what's going on, why, and if we need help, they're there for us. I don't know what happened, but I don't care. We need Miss Melissa and Linda back.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Next, we have Jean Harris.
My name is Jean Harris. I'm from the LaVergne Senior Citizen. I've been going down there for approximately 10 years now. I've been through 2 different people that ran the center, and I can unequivocally say that Melissa and Linda have ran it a whole lot better than what we've had before. They're more professional. They care. They take good care of us. There's love and friendship down there. And why they have been almost forced to sign their resignation and taking their vacation away from them, that was a real slick move, you know, where they couldn't take their vacation together. That was slick because that forced them into giving their resignation, and that wasn't right. It was, they were hired in, that was an understanding that they took their vacation together. And we love Melissa and Linda, and we want this fixed. I don't know what the purpose is. Don't care. This is not right. This was a bulldog move. I don't know what else you'd call it or something. It just wasn't right. And I understand Mr. Richardson is the one that's in charge of the hiring and firing. So I don't know if this was his decision or not, but you've made a mistake. This was totally unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elaine Fry.
Mayor Cole, could we have them state their address as well?
Please. If you would please state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Elaine Fry. I'm from the LaVergne Senior Center. And this is just a little poem I wrote and stuff, and I just want to thank the board for having me here.
Would you state your address as well, please?
The LaVergne Senior Center. I'm a member of the LaVergne Senior Center. I live here in LaVergne at 121 Mason Circle.
Thank you.
Thank you. LaVergne Senior Center. I used to sit at home with nothing to do. Now I'm at LaVergne Senior Center with you. Day in and day out, it all amount. When it comes to LaVergne Senior Center, you keep coming out. If you have something you want to do, come to LaVergne Senior Center. The step will make your family too. We all play games and eat a lot. Come join us in our favorite spot. LaVergne Senior Center has a blessing in our life. We all come daily and never think twice. The more we come, the more we have fun. This is part of our life. LaVergne Senior Center is the place to come. The staff here will let you have fun. They play by the rules. You can't make them a fool, so that's why they keep everyone cool. There is nothing else I need to say, but thank you, LaVergne Senior Centers, that made our day. This was wrote by me, and this is how I feel about the LaVergne Senior Center.
Thank you. We can calm down. Thank you. Next, we have Sally Parker.
Hi, my name is Sally Parker. I live at 117 Stone Ridge Parkway here in LaVergne, Tennessee. And I am very new to the center, but I worked in the medical field, and I have experience in 3 different states with senior centers and senior day care centers. I had my mom for the last 20 years of her life, and 2 of those states, she went to the senior centers. I'm now very new, like I said, to this one. She's no longer with us. But I have to say that I cannot state unequivocally that it extended her life. I can't say that. But I have to tell you that her quality of life was absolutely improved immeasurably by being able to go to those daycare and senior centers, to be able to have interaction with people her own age, the same situations, the same problems, and just everyone needs to be able to express themselves where somebody knows what you're talking about. And she found that at every one of those. And I have to say, you find out really quickly, because I do have experience in the medical field, the people that care and the people really who could give a rip about what is going on or what you think or what you care about. And those 2 ladies, Melissa and Linda, absolutely are in the category of caring beyond anything that was required of them. So my thought is, even with my limited experience here, that this place needs to continue, and those 2 ladies, I say, are irreplaceable. I know you're not supposed to say that, everybody is, but I think they're irreplaceable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Miss Catherine Green.
Good evening, Mayor Cole, Alderman. Friday, I came home from
Ms. Green, will you state your name and your address for us, please?
Okay, Catherine Green, Kathy. My address is Smyrna, but I am a member of the LaVergne Senior Center and have been for 15 years. I came home from the hospital Friday and found out through a resignation letter that they were leaving. I lost it until I got to see him today. And what is going on is ridiculous. Somebody comes in and causes trouble. Do you believe the people that have been working for you and showing good faith, or someone off the street, basically less than 9 months? Also, we are with GNRC #1 in the state of Tennessee for all senior centers. And you're going to take that away from us? That is due to the hard work and loyalty of Melissa and Linda. We need to keep them with us. If you want to change things around, fine. If you don't want us part of the city, fine. But let us do our thing and let us have our people that take good care of us and love us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Terry Waldron.
Thank you, Alderman Mayor Coe. I'm here to discuss a matter about codes.
Name and address, please.
117 Center Street. Codes has been called on this house, I heard daily. I think by a member of the board. And I want to know if LaVergne on a good old boy system, how come, may I approach?
Officer Joyner?
Will you hand,
could-
will you hand that to the mayor? I want to know how come the taxpayer citizens of LaVergne have to abide by codes, and one of your members up here can live in a house like that. Grass above the fence, boxes, that's a hazard. And I want to know what type of good old boy system y'all are running. Taxpayer citizens have to abide by codes, but one of y'all get away with that. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Now moving on to departmental reports. Police Department, Interim Chief Hatcher.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Hopefully you had a chance to read the report. The only thing of major concern for me is the 100% increase on our motor vehicle thefts from 5 last year at this time to 10 this year. We have projects in place, and we've done several different public service announcements and things, and also working with Metro Nashville because of the motor vehicle theft ring that they have going on with the Challengers and the Chargers to try and curb some of this. The ALPRs are picking up continually vehicles coming in from Metro Nashville that are stolen. So we're trying to do what we can. Outside of that, everything is pretty much almost even. A few things are down, traffic stops and citations, and we've only recovered 4 stolen vehicles versus 12 this time last year. But we are doing what we can with the resources that are available.
Chief, are y'all noticing any specific pattern, whether it's location or type of car that's being stolen? I know in Illinois they were talking about Kias were pretty susceptible.
It's mostly been Challengers and Chargers.
Okay.
Not so much with the Kias. I know that there is the trend because of the 2021s, the Hyundais and the Kias. We've not had a tremendous amount of reports of any of those vehicles being stolen from us.
Okay. And what can people do to if they're watching this with their vehicles, if they're parked outside?
Well, everything is always about trying to make sure that you either have another vehicle to secure it in front of it so that it can't be pulled out, things of that nature, or park them in the garage if you have space for those, or look for secondary anti-theft if you have one of those Kias or Hyundais that is still under litigation
These
right now.
vehicles, the keys been left in them, or?
Some, but with the Chargers and the Challengers, they have the security boxes that have the electronic codes for them, and they're able to do push start that way.
I had a friend that had one of those new Jeeps, and he was parked at UPS. Apparently, somebody pulled up next to him with a laptop.
Same thing, because it's computerized.
It's crazy.
The push starts, yeah.
But
It's just
ultimately-
it's technology, and the bad guys know it just as well as anybody else.
But ultimately, lock your car, take your valuables
All your
in the
valuables,
house.
all your weapons,
No guns.
please. Yeah. Same service announcements that we've tried to make in the residentials as far as the big signs, secure and lock your vehicles.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Fire Department. Chief Beasley.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, I trust that y'all have had an opportunity to review our report for the month. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure why, but we've been downtrending on responses over the last 3 months. That's always a good thing. Less responses is better citizen protection, and frankly, I have no justification why, other than great work by our people.
Wonderful.
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir.
How's 283 coming along?
We are on schedule. If you came by there today, you would have noticed a pretty significant crane in the air, and they're putting on the second floor flooring members. So we are progressing to the second floor. So that's good news.
I went by one day and you had a trailer that said, Dennis's Concrete. It's not made.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. Upcoming events, kickoff concert for our fall festival will be Friday, the September 15th, Prince Experience featuring Gabriel Sanchez. September 16th is kickoff of the fall festival. That morning, 10 o'clock, the parade. September 29th is going to be a family movie night. That's going to be held at Waldron School. Clifford the Big Red Dog. Baseball and Softball League will provide concessions there. You see some of our past events. August the 11th was Howl at the Moon 5K. 144 runners showed up. August 24th through the 26th was a carnival. I think some of those hours were shortened due to the intense heat. Past senior event, August 16th, they went to Monell's. You can see our upcoming meetings. Senior Center Advisory Committee, 4:30 tentatively. September 18th, 6 p.m. Park and Rec. And then at 7 o'clock, Historical Preservation. As of right now, we have 100 plus vendors and food and craft vendors for the Fall Festival. I think 40 plus participants in the parade so far. We will have 2 live acts that day on the main stage at the football field. We will have a kids zone, petting zoo, pony rides, inflatables. Fire department's going to have a whole field of activities. Life Flight will land at 12:15. We will have axe throwing. Jack FM will be on site with giveaways, trackless train, laser tag, face painting, and a cornhole tournament. Anything I left out? You guys got any questions?
Well, one of the seniors got up and talked about Bruce having the hiring and firing. That's wrong. The hiring and firing is done by Jason Cole, and for almost over 3 years, I have put on the agenda about moving the hiring and firing from Jason to Bruce, and Jason has time and time has removed it from the agenda. And I think another council member has done the same thing. So,
Alderman Waldron, what does this have to do with Parks and Rec report? Alderman Waldron.
The thing is, it's not.
Alderman Waldron, you're out of order, sir.
I can't really speak to that, but I will kind of address the elephant in the room. I wish some of our seniors had not left. I'm afraid there's probably some, I don't want to say bad information, but there's some conflicting information. There was no terminations. These were resignations that were willfully handed over that were accepted. As far as closing the doors on the senior center, I can speak for myself and my department and pretty much city administration. That is not our goal. Our goal is to keep those doors open at all costs. What that looks like now, I can't tell you. Their last day is next Friday, the 15th. I can tell you that there will probably be some operational changes. It was open for 5 days. That just recently changed. In the past, it's been open 4 days. There's a very good possibility that we may revisit that. During this interim time, until we get a new staff in place, we may have to shorten hours from 9 to 3 is what the doors are physically open, to 9 to 2. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the place is a ghost town. We are probably going to suspend the bus service. We are not really equipped to provide a bus service to our members. That bus is not ADA compliant. I have reached out to 5 other senior centers in this area that fall under the GNRC guidelines. They do not provide a bus service. With that being said, you guys put me in a place to do a job, and I'm trying to do it to the best of my ability. I cannot make concessions willfully for one that I am not willing to do across the board for everybody. If that puts me in a bad light and that makes me the bad person, so be it. I heard the city administrator's name thrown out tonight. I can assure you he had nothing to do with this. This was a decision I made that I took to him. And if I had to make the same decision again tomorrow, I would make that exact same decision. It's unfortunate that it's come down like this. We have suffered through personnel changes before at the center, and we're going to do it again. GNRC has been notified. They are aware that the job posting is out there. They're going to try to push that out. Murfreesboro, St. Clair has been notified. Mount Juliet has been notified. So we are trying to get capable and qualified people in place. I understand the history there. I understand what those 2 ladies bring to the table, and I'm not discounting anything that they have put forth the past 4 or 5 years. It's unfortunate, things evolve, and this is just where it's at. Like I said, their resignation was not requested, and they were by no means terminated. With that being said, I don't know how much liberty I have to discuss that personnel, but unfortunately, that's where we're at right now. Our plan is to keep the doors open, and we're going to move forward, whatever shape, form, and fashion that takes.
Keeping with the actual topic, which is the Parks and Recreation Departmental Report, that's where we need to stay. There is an ordinance. Sir, I'm speaking.
I think
so, Alderman Waldron, we have an ordinance that we do not speak about hiring and disciplinary issues or personnel issues. So please make sure to follow that.
David, can you elaborate just a little bit on anything that we know? And I don't want to throw you under the bus. I'm just curious about soccer.
We are prepared for that to go out for an RFP. That is still in the works. That has not hit yet. I think there's a bunch of moving parts to that. I think it's kind of fallen at a busy time for the city with them going on a retreat for the next week, and then it fell right behind meetings. So the meeting minutes were getting prepared. So I think that is still in the works.
I meant to call you about it, and I've been a little bit out of sorts. So.
Right.
All right.
Any other questions?
Well,
yes.
Mayor Cole says I'm talking out of turn, but the door has been open. This is
Alderman Waldron, it has not been open. So,
I can't
sir,
get up and say what I want to say.
Sir, you are out of order.
People.
Alderwoman Haas.
David, can you elaborate anything on the USL fall ball clinics that they're going to be having on the 10th, 17th, and the 24th?
They are having them on Sundays. As far as I know, it's a free clinic. And maybe I think it's 2 to 4 possibly. Yeah, so those are sign-ups. If you have an issue getting in touch with the league, please get in touch with our office and we'll put you in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
And if I open the door, I apologize. I just felt like the air needed to be cleared a little bit. I just want to make sure that some correct information is getting out there.
Well, thank you for your clarification, David. I did just have one quick thing I wanted to add about Howl at the Moon. I noticed we had quite a few registration packets available, like the T-shirt and drawstring bags. I just wanted to make a quick recommendation. I thought perhaps maybe if you've ever considered charging a $10 donation back towards Parks and Rec to sell the shirts at the end of the evening. I think there were enough people there that I would think that might be of interest if somebody wanted an extra shirt for a family member or...
Yeah, we can definitely do that because we did have quite a few left. This year, we want the event's growing, so we want to make sure we had enough.
Absolutely.
What we've realized with T-shirts in the past, if we don't get rid of them that night, we tend to collect them. So we may have 10 years worth of Fall Festival or OTF shirts upstairs. So we've tried to even sell those at different events in the past for $5, and we really don't get a whole lot of takers on that. But we could set up something the night of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, David, the Fall Festival kickoff concert with the Prince cover band, what time does that start and what time does it go till?
It starts at 7 o'clock, I believe. Gates open at 6, it starts at 7, and it should be done about 9:30.
Okay, and will there be food trucks there?
There will be food trucks on site, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yes, sir.
Jason, if I'm out of order, I'm gonna stay out of order because I'm gonna talk up for what needs to be said.
Next, we have the library board.
Citizens of
Ms.
LaVergne.
Donna?
There she is.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Alderman, good evening. It was a beautiful day today. For the month of August, our attendance stayed steady. It was 3,170. Circulation, 8,498. We really like being above that 5,000. We issued 101 new patron cards. And you can see our computer usage is kind of holding its own. But I think that's about to change. Because of IT's great work, we now have our computer lab full with the new computers that we received through the grant from the State Tennessee Library and Archives. They are awesome. They look beautiful. The monitor is big. I can almost see it without my glasses on. And they're fast. They're very fast. I almost want to move my office out to the computer lab. So very excited about that. And thank you, Glenn, and your team. They're moving quite along. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about some of our displays that we have in the library. If you've been in the library, you've seen that we will have banned books displays. Constitution Week will be coming up soon. We have had Veterans Day displays. Beth Blassingame, one of our staff members, asked if she could do one on 9/11, Never Forget. She did a magnificent job. She pulled some great books that we had in the library. Also, she pulled some pictures from that sad day, but that day that made our country stronger. And also, she has been giving out papers for anyone who would like to share, where were you on 9/11? And I get goosebumps when I talk about that, because I think any of us who are old enough to remember can remember exactly where we were and what we were doing on 9/11. And so I offer up tonight anyone who would like to take a paper and write your memory of 9/11, you're welcome to. You can give it back to me. You can drop it off at the library, and we are displaying those through the month of September. Going on to some exciting things. Well, this is not real exciting, but the library will be closed Saturday, September 16th. But the reason we're excited is because the library will be at the library tent at the LaVergne Fall Festival. And we are so excited about that. Our theme from the library is, it's fall, y'all, on the library farm. So I want you to stop by the library tent to discover all the many resources that we have available for our community that are free, from e-audios, books, DVDs, all sorts of great resources on grants, taking the ACT test, just great, great things. Then, how many of you like to do selfies? We got any selfie people in the group? All right. So we want you to come by and snap some really cute selfies or take a group photo in front of the library barn. Yes, we're going to have a barn there. Also play some fun games to win a prize, or sit down with a friend for a rousing game of checkers. Adding to the fun, we're so excited about this, our special group of entertainers, the LaVergne Public Library Nerd Herd. We will be entertaining on the small stage from 1 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. We will have stories, songs, music, movement, puppets, and so much more. And I would like to extend an invitation to anyone who would like to come out to the library tent. If you like to play checkers, we will have some children's books there. If you would like to sit and read a book to some children, we would love to have you come join us at our tent for just a day of fun. Do I have any questions?
Yeah, you do a great job down there. And how's the kiosk doing? I would ask you some more questions, Donna, but I'd probably be called out of order.
The kiosk is doing really well. We are having several people a day come in to renew their license, to change their address, and it also, you can sign up to vote. You can register to vote. So the kiosk is really a great addition to the library.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Have you got a big to-do ready for Fall Festival for your tent?
Oh, yes, sir. You know we have a big to-do. We are ready to do it.
Miss Donna, I've had several people ask me online about the Dungeons and Dragons Club. How is that going?
It is really moving along. Danny Anderson is the Dragon Master, and he, every other Tuesday, 2 Tuesdays a month, he meets with the tweens. And those are ages, I'm going to get it wrong, 10 to 12. And then the other 2 Tuesdays of the month, he meets with the teens, which are 13 to 17. Having about 5 or 6 per group, but it's beginning to build up. Each week we're seeing a new person come in.
That's awesome.
That's really a great program that's moving right along, and we're hoping to build a core of young adults there.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at the financial summary. In our general fund, our expenses exceeded revenue by $835,000. But just a reminder on that, we have not started collecting property tax yet this year, so that's why you see that right there. I apologize, I just noticed today under the sales tax, I did not change the year to fiscal year 23-24. I will have that changed by next month. In our local sales tax, we were $165,000 above budget, $32,000 above our prior year. In our state street aid, we were $109,000, revenue exceeded expenses. Stormwater, our revenue exceeded expenses by $18,000. In our water and sewer, our revenue exceeded expenses by $355,000. On the second page, you'll see our bank balances, and on the third page, you'll see our comparison to our prior year.
Tanya, are we starting to see, because I know it's not necessarily month to month, but are we starting to see the impact of BJ's Wholesale opening up?
I haven't looked at that specifically, but I will take a look at that and see if we can tell a difference yet. It might be a little early for that yet, but yes, I'll try to keep an eye on that.
Usually sales tax comes in, show it in the finance department a few months after it gets started.
Yes.
It's not at the end of the month, y'all know how much. It's like sometime 2 or 3 months later, right?
Correct. It's 2 months behind.
And I got another question to ask you. This retreat we're going to fix to go on, does anybody know the cost of it? And was it in the budget?
Yes, it was in the budget.
It was in the budget,
Yes.
but does anybody know the cost of it?
Off the top of my head, I don't, but
I haven't looked at the
Is
invoices
the
specifically.
employees that's going, are they going to get overtime? Are they going to get travel expenses?
I think everybody is salary.
Yeah.
Most everybody is salary, but we will be paying travel expenses for those that drive personal vehicles.
I think mileage as well.
I'm just tickled I didn't get called out of order.
Any other questions?
thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the Water Treatment Department, Mr. Danny.
How come Danny don't follow Donna no more?
Because I didn't do a good enough job, Vice Mayor. Ms. Tanya's done a much better job than I have. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to review our monthly report for the month of August. A couple of things I'd like to mention. We have collected all 30 lead and copper samples, so thank you very much for all y'all's help with that. It's very much appreciated. I'm still waiting on 6 sample results, but once I receive those, which should be this week, at the latest next week, I will send out those results or the notification letters and everything to the state by the deadline, which is the end of September this month. So also, we are about just over 56% completed with our flushing program. So that puts us roughly in the middle of October to get that completed. High service pump 2 is out of service. Eaton was out to troubleshoot the VFD. It has a bad inverter, and we found out that those VFDs are now discontinued and no longer receiving service through Eaton. So I have spoken with Bruce about that. He is aware of it. I'm waiting for a quote to see what a replacement unit would cost. What we did have happen is the PLC that was not working on the valve for high service pump 5, we were able to remove that and put the working PLC from 2 onto 5. So now high service pump 5 is working. So we are still just 1 pump down. We have 4 in service. So we tried to maximize the use of the spare part in that regard. Any questions?
Well, First, I want to say thank you on the lead and copper, because I know you went to some door-to-door to get that done, not just making phone calls or emails. So thank you for getting that completed.
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of go through the customer service issues?
Yes, absolutely. We had 4 customer complaints this month. 3 of them were for low water pressure. 1 was for a greenish tint in the water that they saw. For the low water pressure, 1 was due to a PRV. 2 were due to a water leak that was on Jefferson Pike, so they had issues for that. And for the greenish water tint, this happened last week. We did take a sample from that commercial location. Everything came back within range. It is a food location that they have us do a sample annually for them as it is. So we did run it a second time for them this year. I sent them the results. I reached out to them today to see if they're still having the issue, and I haven't heard anything back. So it is something that we're following up on, and I will continue to do so to see if they're still experiencing the issue.
But the results were fine as
Yes,
far as
sir.
the test?
Everything's well within range for what we can test. So if they're still experiencing the issue, we'll continue to work with them to see if something's happening internally in their building or anything of that sort that we can do to help.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do you have any complaints on like the new homes, the new subdivisions been built when they first move in about the funny taste in the water?
No, sir. Not that I am aware of, saying we just moved into a new location.
New pipes, new everything. You don't see no complaints like that.
I have not seen any complaint like that.
Okay.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-18, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-19, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 drug fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-20, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 equitable sharing fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Then moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Then moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-21. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 72, consisting of approximately 9.33 acres located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive from a C2 highway service commercial zoning district to an R3 high-density residential zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on August 29th, 2023, and we did have a public hearing on this tonight, which no one spoke at. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Vice Mayor No.
Is the gentleman here?
And your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, Josh Hamby, 6000 Fairview Road, Suite 1530, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Just so nobody thinks I'm hiding anything, I spoke with Josh today, but I was busy, he was busy. We talked for a short time, just a couple of questions, Josh, because there's been some things put out there on social media. We got some emails, yay, nay, so on and so forth. Some people were not clear, and I want to make it clear to the people at home that they heard through your presentation, all they heard was restaurants and sit-down restaurants and grocery stores. They did not hear about the 9.3 acres that you are wanting rezoned to R3 for high residential. So I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions because in my opinion, you all may or may not agree, this is a great opportunity for the city as far as the commercial goes and getting that sort of stuff here, but it comes at a cost. And unfortunately, it's a catch-22, but that's what we do as a board. We sit up here and we make these hard decisions. Most of us vote yes or no. I know I will not abstain or pass. I will vote, and if citizens come back, then that's what they do. How many just so the folks watching at home can understand, how many apartments approximately are you thinking?
So the zoning that we're pursuing, the way we're trying to design it, is up to 30 units an acre, based on the real constraints of the site. And the two main limiting factors are your ability to surface park it and your ability to contain the stormwater that it's going to produce, right? The entirety of the 9.3 acres as it sits today is just green. So everything you build there will be counted as new impervious surface. And so that future commercial area you see slated there is primarily just infrastructure to support all the stormwater that we'll be creating. So we're looking at about 250 units as our best case. I think our low water mark is probably 230. And if we hire the most brilliant engineers in the country, we might get 260.
Do we know, Josh, are these going to be 1 or 2 bedrooms? And I'm sorry to repeat these questions. You've probably already been asked, but I wasn't here Thursday, and I did watch the meeting, but I want to make sure that the folks watching at home want to hear some of these questions, and I want to ask them.
Absolutely.
Ask you for them.
And look, we're all dealing with COVID, so happy you're back and feeling better. It is going to be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So the marketing that we're doing here, the way we're trying to put this project together holistically, is marketing this as LaVergne's first Class A multifamily development. So more of what you're used to seeing in larger cities with walk-up or vertical transportation elevator units in one structure with surface parking surround. More amenities than what the other multifamily options in LaVergne offer. And then, of course, the connectivity with the retail. There's a big premium on people that want to be able to walk to the grocery store and walk to grab their cup of coffee or get their haircut or whatever it is they do. And LaVergne is frankly a big enough city to provide that lifestyle. So
that seems to be the newest concept going on. And I guess I asked Kyle, all of this as far as sewer and water and everything is, we're good in that department, and runoff and so on.
Yes, as far as the utilities, they're at the site or near the site, and as far as stormwater, that's what he's discussing, is that future commercial. I think it's 3.97 acres. A majority of that will be detention pond. I know he's trying to hope that it's not the entirety of it, but that's kind of what, he'll have an engineer that runs the numbers and decides on what that, how large that detention pond is going to have to be to meet our regulations, and hopefully he's got something left there to do another, whether it be fast food or sit down restaurant or whatever, but it may end up being a full detention pond or parking.
So that was going to be my next thing that I talked about. Those 2 lots that are left, are you saying that one of those could possibly be taken up with a whole?
Yes, the one that's kind of parallel with the apartments. It's basically where it says future commercial, 3.97 acres. You can see I think it's maybe a grocery store that is shown at the corner. It's that back track there. That's more than likely going to be, it's definitely going to be a pond. It's just how big is that pond got to be. That's where, whenever they determine how many bedrooms and everything else and how much parking's got to be required for planning commission approval, that's how big the pond will end up having to be.
So all of that would have to go back to planning and everything before?
Yes, it'll have to have site plan approval.
Okay. Also, Josh, you talked about, and it's been my experience, and this board actually, You talked about you're going to have a light put up there. Do you feel comfortable with that? Have you already spoken to TDOT? Because I'm thinking that you got a light at Dick Buchanan, then your light, and then one at Floyd Mayfield. So you think that TDOT's going to?
Yes, sir. Per the TDOT handbook, we're by code. So the spacing of the lights is based on the number of vehicles and speed limit of the road. I think we're 35 or 45 at this portion of Murfreesboro Road. 45. And so, yeah, per the code book, we are still allowable. So we're not asking for any sort of variance or special consideration. And frankly, to be able to access the project, I think the city would benefit from additional light there.
Have you been involved or with this type of building before, the walk to?
Yes, sir.
And out of that, the apartments that was involved, were they predominantly younger people, childless people?
So I've done this, I've developed in, I think, 30 or 35 states at this point in my career, maybe. These type of urban multifamily developments, in my experience, do cater all across the board. You know, it could be a significant step up in life for a young family, or an incredibly luxurious place for a single young person. So I think it does offer a lifestyle that a lot of different folks will want to participate in. And most importantly, right, it's just something that's net new to LaVergne. We can keep more different people in the city spending their money here.
Now, you talked about you were not at liberty to mention some of the businesses that you have spoken with and so on and so forth. If this passes this evening, when would you be able to?
So I can tell you as soon as they make their public announcement. Basically, when I sign a lease with those guys, so like most of the documents for the grocery store are already executed at this point. The rest of them we haven't signed because we are waiting for entitlements before we do those deals. But when I sign that document with them, there's a non-disclosure agreement that's part of it. And so if I make it public before they make it public, they have the right to terminate the agreement.
Do you have any kind, if this passes, do you have any kind of ETA?
We would know, I would be able to publicly announce most, if not all, before the end of this calendar year.
No, I mean, as far as getting started and.
Oh, what the timeline of the project would be?
Just, about.
Yeah, so as it sits right now, we would be closing on the bulk land purchase in December of this year. The pad sale to the grocery store would go forward in March, and they would immediately start building their building. While they're doing theirs, I'll be constructing the shared pond and signalizing the intersection, and my construction crew would then demobilize, and we would turn over to the retail crews.
As I said, I think this is personally, I think this is a good thing, but it comes at a cost, and I guess we'll just see how the voting goes. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How many stories is these apartments going to be?
We're thinking 3. It looks like 3.
At least 3, maybe more.
So there is one potential site plan that had 4, but there's significant additional cost to go from 3 to 4, way more so than to go from 2 to 3. And so
I know the ones behind Kentucky Fried Chicken, they just look so tall.
Yeah, 36 feet is normally where we aim for top of parapet on something like this. But that's just something that gets flushed out in the design.
One thing that bothers me is, we've always pushed retail, and here we are. We got this is already commercial, and we're going to do half of it high density. That really don't sit with me, because this board's always been preaching. We need commercial. We need commercial. We got commercial on Murfreesboro Road here, and this in front of us to go high density residential, and that really don't sit with me. With turning commercial into apartment sites.
Would you like for me to respond to that?
I'm just making a statement. I didn't know if you can respond to it or not.
Josh, so this project as a whole, would you say it would be similar to what is occurring in Smyrna with the Depot District and the new Murfreesboro mixed-use development?
I think, I mean, look, any sort of mixed use with a residential and national credit retail component, they're all gonna have a fair bit of overlap, right? The only thing we're missing to make this a full live, work, play is an office component, and with the new trade school there, you could argue that we've got the fully fleshed out thing going here. So, yeah, I think there's similarities.
And then for anyone watching at home, or maybe here listening, can you just kind of define, as far as Class A apartments, this way people can understand what those exactly are?
That's right. So it's going to be your normal lobby entrance. You'll have direct entrances to your units, interior to the building. You'll be seeing, fiberboard exterior. It's not going to be vinyl siding or anything that you see on more economical products. And then, of course, further amenities, right? There's going to be staff there full-time. It'll be maintained. It'll be operated well. So, yeah, to kind of further hammer that point, the grocery store is very invested in the apartments coming as well, right? They like a new residential component to go along with what they're deploying. They're spending millions of dollars to open a store, so a couple new folks next door is good for them.
On the plans, is it how much brick and how much non-brick or rock is going to be on the front? I know the back probably going to be different than the front, but is it going to be all brick, all rock?
It's going to be all masonry material as we have it today, so it's a mixture of...
About what's behind Kentucky Fried Chicken?
I'm not familiar with what's behind Kentucky Fried Chicken, I'm sorry. So this would be a mixture of like Nichi-Ha panels and hardy plank, if you're familiar with the hardy material.
I think that's about like behind Kentucky Fried. Thank you very much.
Does that meet the overlay district building code?
That's one of the things he'll have to do is, if this gets approved, he'll still have to make submittal to the planning commission. The planning commission is the board that has the authority to make sure he's adhering to the overlay standards. So no matter what happens tonight, he's still, if this zoning gets approved, he's still going to have to meet the overlay requirements.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, I probably got a few, but I'm afraid I get called out older, so I'm going to...
You can ask me after, that's all right.
I do have a question. The only thing that we're changing, or the rezoning is where it's multifamily, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Just the 9.3 acres separated from Murfreesboro Road. That's right.
Got it.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. We have a second. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-22, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-23, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 3 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding grading, soil erosion, and sedimentation control, and Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the Stormwater Management Ordinance. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-17, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to sell that wonderful stuff.
Have a motion to sell that wonderful stuff, and I will second that. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I wholeheartedly say aye. Number 12, motion to approve a professional service agreement with Croft & Associates LLC for the right-of-way acquisition consulting services for the Blair Road West Expansion Project. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Our second for discussion, because I know from the look on her face, Alderwoman Hobbs has got some discussion on this.
I'm ready, yeah. I've got concerns just about spending $300,000 in consideration to expand Blair Road to Carruthers, when I honestly feel Blair Road as it exists today is unsafe and insufficient. There's no shoulder on either sides of that road. It drops minimally about close to a foot on each side, with the majority of it actually being a ravine. There's no shoulder for disabled vehicles to pull over, or even for police services to safely enforce speeding over there to get somebody pulled over. The curb at Portico on Blair remains unfinished. I think it's dangerous even going through there in the morning to get to Sam Ridley. The barely two-way traffic fits to make it through without falling off into some of that asphalt debris. Let alone, there's kind of a presentation aspect of it too, right? When you're coming off Sam Ridley onto Blair, the transition from Smyrna to LaVergne is very evident, and I don't necessarily say that in a good thing. So I think just as a presentation coming into LaVergne, presentation is in poor taste. Again, I think the road remains unsafe. I think our budget should be used to improve, maintain Blair Road as it is, and improve the safety versus just building more roadway. In addition, another thought is just the timing of all of this. Like, we haven't even started on the Waldron Road expansion, let alone consider widening and rerouting another road. So let's consider the impact that's going to have on the community there with two road projects, large road projects such as those going on at the same time.
So I wanted to speak to some of this. So a large portion of Blair is kind of a work in progress with Portico, with the townhomes, and with the High Point 24, all still in flux. Phase 2 to Portico has the finalization of the road improvements. We discussed that at the Planning Commission, where we were thinking it was Phase 1, but it is in Phase 2, because Gary went through and double-checked that. I know they were moving some poles around on that. Additionally, we've now got the Marlowe project, which is, they were voted down at the last Planning Commission meeting because Planning Commission did not like the number of units for the apartments in the high-density area, nor the road design. And they are since coming back and listening to us as far as that road design. I expect it probably to be resubmitted if it's not already. But it will go through and address the other portion of that curve. We also have some right-of-way that's coming to the city that's not ours yet with Arbor Ridge. And then there is a small gap in between where the old doctor's mansion is that blew up many years ago that still has to be worked out. So there's portions for that. I don't think anyone, when it comes to how much money is being spent on the Waldron Road expansion, which right-of-way acquisition will begin in a couple months. They've been working on that design. I know Kyle has been hounding the engineering firm, and for many, many days they kept saying, just a few more weeks, just a few more weeks. And so eventually we got to the point where it was finished, sent up to the state. They have to review it, and that's expected to come back before this board in a month or two. But that would be similar to this, where we have to start with the right-of-way acquisitions. This project connects basically Waldron and Blair Road all the way over to Carruthers, and there's a couple of benefits for that. Living over there and living kind of in between Blair and I-24, what happens with many traffic incidences on the interstate, people will shoot over to Sam Ridley, over to Blair, and they will either go Waldron to Rock Springs Road to get over to Nolensville, or they're cut over and cut through Carruthers or Summit View Summit Division so they can get through. This would instead connect over to Carruthers, and it would alleviate some of that traffic because then they're going to go straight around and through. And so it would also address another issue that we have, which is Carruthers. This board chose about 3 years ago to maybe 4 at this point, but or actually it was a previous board to this, but we decided to go ahead and address the curve because you couldn't have 2 trucks go through the Carruthers curve and not hit. Our fire engine was hit with the mirror knocked off of it. And so school buses, the drivers were concerned about overturning. And so we addressed that. We widened that curve, made it softer, and gave it more as far as a footprint. But overall, what has been discussed is turning that whole thing into a roundabout, because it not only addresses the traffic issues there, but it also addresses some of the speeding from the car clubs that come down from Cane Ridge, because it is a straight shot coming from Cane Ridge Park in Nashville, Antioch area, straight through. They like to cut through Carruthers, down Waldron, over to, not Center Point, but
Yeah, it's Center Point.
where Cardinal and Icy is.
24.
Oh, you're talking about up Bain.
Yes, off of Bain Road. They like to race over there. And so this kind of breaks that up by adding a roundabout there, because that's usually traffic calming.
Just for clarification, I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think the timing and the spending of the money now is a bad idea versus spending it towards
Well,
repairs.
This isn't construction. This is just acquiring the right-of-way so that whenever we're able to go ahead and get started, because we have that right-of-way. As far as Blair, like I said, is under work right now with Portico Phase 2.
Are they still actively building there?
Yes. Yeah, they're still, we just approved Phase 1, I believe, or gave the recommendation for, or was it, no, they had one more item. So we deferred that back another month because they still had one more item on Phase 1. Phase 2 is under construction. I drive by there every day taking the kids to school. So, and then the other 2 projects there, that whole section of road, almost up to Woodsong, would be addressed. And then Marlowe coming in addresses from that area up to where it ramps up that hill after the turn. You start to go up, and then from there you have the straightaway. The bulk of that is Arbor Ridge. You've got a small portion of it that's that mansion. So once we get the right-of-way for Arbor Ridge, we've already have that for expansion. And I know one thing the Assistant City Administrator and I were talking about, as all eyes turned to him, was we wouldn't spend the kind of money that we're spending on Waldron Road and ignore Blair, because we just have to get the pieces together for it. This is acquiring right-of-way. We're still doing that on Blair as well. So it's getting the pieces set up so that we can go through and do it as a whole, if that makes sense. There's a lot of moving pieces with Blair. There really is. And there's a lot more development. I mean, like I said, Marlowe, we're going back and forth with. You've got another 6 acres that's for sale over there. I don't know if the doctor's property is still talking about trying to develop, whether they're trying to build over there or not with the streams, but you've got still a lot of development in this whole area. So I agree with you, it does need to be addressed, and it's slowly getting there, but it's piece by piece. And so and a lot of it is thankfully not on the taxpayers, because the way that these developments are coming in, they're being required to make the road improvements on their dime, not on ours. Any other discussion?
That makes sense.
Okay. We have a motion to approve in a second. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Hoff.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, no.
Yes.
I vote aye. Motion is approved. Moving on to Alderman and Mayor comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, I want to urge everybody to keep the Smith family in their prayers for their loss. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets has fresh water and shade. And it's a good time before it gets cold to check your outside water pipes and your crawl space and your automobiles, to winterize your automobiles. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick proposal that we add a discussion for a traffic calming study to the next agenda. I've had a number of citizens reach out to me with concerns of, as we approve high-density zoning around different parts of the city, cut through small neighborhoods, people concerned they want speed bumps in their neighborhood. I've talked with emergency services about, some of the challenges that presents to them, but I think it's worth, if that's what citizens are interested in, that we at least put it up for discussion. And then I wanted to make a quick comment about water safety. Everybody wear your life jackets, stay safe out in the water, especially as we wrap up into the fall season. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
I think you missed one thing, the breakfast on the 16th.
Country ham breakfast.
I was waiting.
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to say that, so I'll steal your thunder.
Thank you.
The country ham breakfast on the 16th before the fall festival parade. Then
That's
the
LaVergne Rescue Unit.
Yeah, LaVergne Rescue Unit. It was coming. It was slow. My brain's not functioning. And then the parade. Remember, it starts at the Bicentennial City Hall, goes down to Veterans Memorial Park. The concert, I may be stealing some of the mayor's thunder. So Prince, come on, Purple Rain, let's go. And the USL, and the USL baseball, or the ball clinic for baseball, softball. Thank y'all.
Vice Mayor No.
There was something brought up tonight during comments about codes, and the lady even had pictures. That's something that we need to talk about periodically, and Lord knows, my house is, I keep my front yard clean, my back's a little crazy, and we're not talking about being Brentwood. That's not what we're talking about, but our codes department is getting, they're getting pretty tough on some people. They're gonna start putting liens on houses and stuff, and I'm tickled to death to see it, because you get tired of seeing it, so pick up your stuff. We still got a few more spots, people listening at home. Cornhole for Fall Festival. If you think you've got what it takes, come on out, sign up. Be warned that me and Mr. Rick Autry will be there facing you, but we need a few more cornhole teams. And last but not least, and I want to make sure that I talk this right, Evan, we cannot speak about employees or HR, but I can speak about the senior center.
Yes, sir. You just can't speak about specific employee personnel issues.
Correct. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Because it was brought up earlier, and I didn't want to overstep my boundaries. Regardless of what happens with the situation at the senior center, I don't know how it got to that point. Doesn't matter. It's there, and regardless of what happens, the senior center will be there. It's not going anywhere. Apparently, and I found out tonight, there's been some rumors about the senior center being turned into all kind of stuff. David, if I'm wrong, or Bruce, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but the senior center is not going anywhere. It will go on. Regardless of what happens, it will go on, it will thrive, and things will be fine for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm going to reiterate a couple things. Of course, September 15th is the Prince concert, so please come out and enjoy. You can always wear Miss Carol's favorite color of purple. We've got the Fall Festival starting off here at City Hall on the 16th. 10 a.m. is the parade, goes all the way down to Veterans Memorial Park, and well over 100 booths. Should be a great time for everyone. And then the 29th is Vice Mayor No's favorite movie, Clifford the Big Red Dog. So that will be, I believe, Roy Waldron, and should be a lot of fun. Being there makes it so that we're not going to encounter any of the wind that we've hit before, as well as the heat. Do want to remind everybody about as far as the strategic planning retreat that the city is doing this week. Basically planning out next 5-10 years, making long-term plans for the city. You have to have a vision, you have to have a road plan to get there, and that's what we're doing. The Want to remind you about the October meeting. It is the 10th of October for everyone on your calendars. Want to ask that you keep in your prayers the Hatcher family. Also, we had a resident who just recently passed. She had celebrated her 108th birthday, which is absolutely amazing. Her name is Jane Anna Phillips Vales. So please remember her family in your prayers. And then piggybacking off codes, I know they've been working hard, and thanks to even some of our legal help, we're getting one of the major eyesores on JFK addressed and finally nuisanced from the residents there. So with that, thank you all for being here, and I call this meeting adjourned. Good evening and welcome to the LaVergne Planning Commission meeting. It is August 29th, 2023, and it is 6 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. First order of business is to approve the minutes from the July 25th, 2023 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Commissioner Molinar. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we're moving on to the public comment period. We do have one person signed up, Mr. Donnie Fergus. If you'll come forward, state your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Jason, board members. My name is Donnie Fergus. I live at 159 Fergus Drive. My family's been there since 1919. The proposal that I've seen, they wanted to rezone our property to agricultural. Currently, we are zoned as industrial, and I would like to keep it that way because that's protecting the value of the property in a future date. We're currently running a farming operation there. We've got animals on the property. I cut hay off of it occasionally and stuff like that. So we're going to stay as we are. I don't plan on going anywhere, but what I'm trying to do is protect the value of the property for my daughters and my grandchildren on down the road. You know, me and my wife, we've had things happen in our life that we don't want to make any changes at this point in time. So I don't want anybody to think that we're, wanting to move. So I'd like to keep the property zoned industrial, which that keeps the value of it at the highest it can be for the area it's in. So we'd just like to express that. Some of you I've met, some of you haven't. But like I said, we've been here for a long time. So I'd like to talk to all of you if we get a chance. But in the last couple of weeks, I've tried to get over to several of you. So, but anyway, and Jason was good enough to get me some names yesterday because I kept running into dead ends. I knew the names, but I couldn't find numbers. So, but anyway, I just wanted to express my concern about rezoning it to agriculture. So, because that would devalue the property. So I'd like to keep it where it's at to protect the value of it for future generations in my family. So, so I appreciate your time and thank you. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to old business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance. Lieutenant Frank Walkup, Phases 1 and 2, property located off of Jones Mill Road, requested by Womble and Associates. This is R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District, and this has been deferred. Number 4 is site plan 142 Stones River Road, 2 buildings totaling 8,000 square feet containing showroom with office and indoor storage on 8.61 acres. This was requested by Jim Nyquist, property located 142 Stones River Road, tax map 15M, Group C, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District. This property is owned by Titan Home Builders, LLC. The applicant has used all deferrals and has not resubmitted. Mr. Logan.
Yes, staff has reached out to this applicant, and they did ask how many times they could apply to the Planning Commission, and we informed them that they can apply more than once. There's no calendar or expiration date for a site plan that gets disapproved at the Planning Commission. Unlike a rezoning, I believe a rezoning has to sit out for 12 months before it can ask for the same piece of land to be rezoned. There's no rule like that on site plans. So this was a phone conversation. They indicated that they might resubmit at some point. So after the third deferral, which was the end of July, they were notified that they had run out of deferrals, and they were advised to resubmit, but of course you can't make anybody resubmit. So that's where we're at. Thanks.
Gary, anything you want to add?
No, sir. We have a stop work order on them. They did a bunch of work on that site outside of a land disturbance permit, but they've received their letter, and it's been quiet since then.
Okay, so we have this item that we do have to vote on, and there are outstanding items. Anything from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to deny as submitted due to the 36 items as listed on the staff reports dated for this evening.
I have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 5, preliminary plat, Marlowe LaVergne, 2 lots on 27.49 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located at 243 Blair Road, tax map 32, parcel 6. This is an R3 high-density zoning residential district. This property is owned by Martin Schaffner, and this item has been withdrawn, as has the concept plan. So 5 and 6 are both withdrawn. Moving on to 7, final plat, Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and re-subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1, 52 lots on 15.69 acres, requested by SEC Incorporated, property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.04, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Blair Road LLC. This item is deferred. Moving on to number 9, site plan, Power Equipment Company, parking expansion on 16.7 acres, requested by Dewey Engineering Incorporated, property located at 320 Waldron Road, tax map 17, parcel 5.01, I-2 heavy industrial and C2 highway service commercial zoning districts, property owned by Power Equipment Company. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval, and this property is located on Waldron Road at 320 Waldron Road, and you can see here on the screen the existing facility, sort of a T-shaped facility. There's equipment on display out front, and this site plan is only to expand the parking areas to the south of the building and also to add a loading dock roughly in this area in the front of the building. So they're not building any new structures with this site plan. And zooming out, you can see the property and surrounding vicinity. Again, it's outlined in blue. And on the zoning map, the navy blue indicates I-2, which is heavy industrial. And then the red is commercial zoning. That's C2 zoning. So this parcel does have commercial zoning at the front next to the road, and then industrial in the rear. And some photos of the site. You can see they have a lot of equipment that they deal with in their business day to day. They do have a lot of, from their site plan back in 2019, they do have a lot of driveways and impervious surfaces. Here's some more equipment. And then this is the front of the building, some of the equipment that's on display. So moving on to the site plan, you can see on this screen the areas that this plan encompasses. So here's the parking area to the south that they are adding, and then the loading dock is shown here, this square, and then this is, of course, Waldron Road running north and south. And I do believe all the comments were addressed on this one. Yes, there's no outstanding comments from the workshop, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde in case he wants to say anything.
No, sir, I'm good.
Does anyone have any questions?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Have a motion to accept as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to number 10, final plat, 119 Cheney Boulevard, 5 lots on approximately 0.66 acres, requested by JTA Land Surveying Incorporated, property located at 119 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 18P, Group C, Parcel 3, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. This property is owned by Amir Angley, and this is deferred. Moving on to new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by DSG Incorporated, 9.33 acres, property located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive, tax map 14, parcel 72, currently zoned C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, proposed zoning R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Property is owned by Richland South LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this rezoning request is just down the road here on Murfreesboro Road. This is 9.33 acres, and it's behind the LaVergne Post Office as well as the Dunkin' Donuts and Marco's Pizza. You see it there on the screen. So this is Murfreesboro Road at the bottom of the screen, and these are the Central Park Villas, the multifamily development that is existing. So zooming out, you can see Veterans Memorial Park and the ball fields to the north. This property is currently zoned commercial, so it's C2, and the applicant is requesting R3, which is high-density zoning. They would like to pursue the development of a multifamily housing development. And this road here is Lillian Buchanan. And of course, that's the post office here on the corner. So it is a large area, 9.3 acres, give or take. And on the zoning map, you can see, again, the red is C2, which is commercial zoning. Then the green, which you can see to either side, is R3, which is existing townhomes and other multifamily dwellings. And then, of course, all the frontage right now on Murfreesboro Road is C2 on both sides of the road. This picture is from Lillian Buchanan, and you can see in the distance the existing multifamily units that are there, and then the vacant land is here. There is existing sidewalk on Lillian Buchanan. So moving a little bit more toward the south and east, this is the Carpenter's Trade, Mid-South Carpenter's Trade School. And then, of course, more vacant land here between Lillian Buchanan and the school. And you can see some rooftops in the distance of the existing townhomes. So this screen shows the plan that was submitted. So again, this is the 9.3 acres. Roughly an L shape, and you can see the neighboring properties and quite a bit of R3 on both sides as well as behind it that's already existing. And then you can see these out parcels on Murfreesboro Road. And of course, the predominant zoning in the area is C2 and R3, and that's really the only two zoning districts. And I believe that covers everything, so turn it over to you all. Thanks.
Bo, can you go back to the zoning map real quick?
Yeah.
Just want to clarify, because on the outside of that outline for the actual parcel, you see a strip of commercial behind it, but that's not a separate parcel.
It is not. It appears that the GIS just doesn't match. The fancy word is polygon. So the polygon that was drawn by whoever drew it on the map just doesn't match the assessor's property lines.
Okay, I just wanted that to clarify. There's not going to be just a strip left behind there that's not buildable. Does anyone have any questions?
Is the applicant here this evening?
Absolutely. If you could please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Josh Hamby, 6000 Fairview Road, Suite 1530, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28210.
Couple of questions. Low referring to the rezoning for that particular area. Could you just explain what your plan is for the rest of the development going across down Mosbar Road and what you intend to put in there?
Absolutely. So looking at the plan, we'll start plan left, so plan west. At the multifamily, the area labeled future commercial is really set aside for infrastructure. So obviously, as you saw in Bo's photos, that is all green today, and we'll be creating close to 100% impervious. So that future commercial area is slated for a stormwater pond. The eastern half of that will service the 5 retail outparcels. And so we're looking at a mix of roughly 3 restaurants, a grocery store, and then some more service-related retail, yet to be leased, but looking at a single multi-tenant structure most likely as well.
As far as the proposed multifamily, can you just explain the amount, your expected amount of buildings and
so the current,
facades and what it's going to be do
yeah, so
area?
we're really between 2 site plans right now due to feasibility issues. One shows 2 3-story structures, one shows a single 4-story structure and a single 2-story structure, a bit more divided with parking field in between. Both of these will be traditional Class A garden style walk-up multifamily unless we do end up going 4 stories, which will require, vertical transportation. But it's really just to create, LaVergne's first live, play, live at the grocery store, walk to the grocery store, walk and grab your cup of coffee in the morning. So it's just to provide further connectivity with the retail development across the street and a new product offering.
Can you just explain, if you would, the Veterans Memorial, you were indicating a proposed signalization there, or what's the plan for that?
Yes, sir, yeah. So the goal would be to install a new decel lane as well as the light. Our current design, what we've talked with DOT, has involved widening the throat there to allow for a right in. Additionally, we would string it per city code, and that would allow greater ingress, egress. We are trying to accommodate an east-west connection through the multifamily property as well between Floyd Mayfield and William Buchanan, but that's yet to be seen as far as feasibility for design goes as well.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve as submitted.
It's not a motion to approve or deny. This is a recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, so I need either a favorable or an unfavorable recommendation.
I make a motion for a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion for a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes, or recommendation passes. Moving on to number 12, site plan, Cheney Place, 50 townhomes on 4.3 acres requested by SEC, property located on Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, R3 High Density Zoning District. Property is owned by Old South Properties Incorporated. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval for Cheney Place, which will include 50 new townhomes. And on the screen currently is the property. So this is Cheney Boulevard, north and south. And so between Cheney and Summit Place, or Summit Lane, is the property. It's roughly 4.3 acres. There's 2 dwellings, and we'll see a picture of that in a moment, but there are a couple dwellings on the property that will be removed, of course, to make way for the new development. And this property was rezoned about 1 year ago. So a little bit wider view, and you can see LaVergne High School at the very bottom of the screen. And this is Cheney as you go north, and this property's on the right. And zoning map. It shows the R3 zoning. There's actually quite a bit of R3 zoning on both sides of Cheney as you go north toward Old Nashville Highway. So currently, there's a lot of trees on the property. There's one of the homes here in the photo, and then the other dwelling is a mobile home. And there's a gravel driveway that runs between both of those. So moving on to the plan, this shows the layout of the development. So there are 50 townhomes proposed. The mail kiosk will be located near the entrance of the development. And they do have dumpster enclosures indicated near the south side. And since the workshop, the applicant has updated the required buffer, so the buffer that will have to be installed is now shown as the property just to the south is still zoned agriculture. And then there is a playground also shown in the center of the development. And then you can see the arrangement of all the units more or less in the shape of a horseshoe with some units in the middle. And there's no outstanding planning comments. I do see some comments, looks like from engineering. So I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyde.
Okay, the comments from engineering are mainly due to my getting a little confused on this one. They submitted a concept plan, and then this was a site plan. So one of my comments last go round was that you need to submit a preliminary plat because that's the next thing after a concept plan. So we have a subdivision regulation requirements for the concept plan and then zoning ordinance requirements for the site plan. So I've spoken with their engineer, and they do intend to sell these as individual condos, basically. So it is an individually sold off thing. And they did provide a preliminary plat, although y'all can't actually act on it since it's, I don't think, because it's a site plan on the agenda. But their intent, as shown by this, could you go to sheet 107? Back to. There you are. Okay, so their intent is to use the platting process solely for the dedication of the easements and get their approval to build these things from the site plan. So based on that, the comments I've got are only comments on the preliminary plat, and they addressed all the comments from the site plan. If y'all look as confused as I am by this.
It did. I'm just wanting to make sure, and we may need the attorney to weigh in on this, Evan, if you don't mind, as far as if our process says that the next step is supposed to be a preliminary plat, and this was submitted as a site plan, that would be, I don't know if that would be allowable to go outside of that order.
Right, I don't think so either. Yeah.
Do we have the applicant? Hello, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
John Miner with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro. It is a confusing process, but in order to establish the easement locations, you have to have a site plan. So they both kind of have to come first.
Gary, how does that work?
Well, we're into Bo's world here, but honestly, I expected to see a preliminary plat that was for this entire thing that showed the buildings and met the, because if you read through the preliminary plat requirements and subdivision regulations, they say, you know, show all the buildings if they're going to be condos, show this, show that, show the other. So that's what I expected to see, which prompted a very long conversation between myself and Mr. Miner where he was trying to explain it to me what I just explained to you. So, I mean, in terms of the understanding of the process, I'll turn it over to Bo.
Well, I think the confusion may be in a typical townhome development or condominium development, you would have common area. So the common area would not necessarily need to be platted to the city. I'm assuming there's utility extensions on this project that are being platted to the city.
Correct.
So if that were not the case, I don't know that we need any plat.
In common areas, typically, that remains with the HOA of the
Correct.
organization,
And-
not to the city.
No, and I didn't say that. I was saying a typical development that has no reason to plat these utilities, we wouldn't even have a plat. You'd just go straight to site plan. Apartment complexes don't have plats unless they're dedicating utilities to the city. For whatever reason, this project has to, the utilities weren't there. So there's got to be a process to do both. But I don't think the site plan's out of order tonight. I don't see how we can go this far without having the site plan considered tonight on this type of development.
You will also see it 3 more times, once for the preliminary plat, once for the HBR plat, and once for the final plat.
Anything from anyone else?
I think we also need to adhere to our rules and regulations, so, we've got to get this correct. Obviously, legals give us their opinion, and I tend to follow with those, is we've got to follow our procedures, and unfortunately, it looks like we've got to be back to front on here, but wishes hadn't got organised before we got to this point tonight, but that's, here we are.
I'm going to make a motion to defer this by a month. We can get, that should hopefully be enough time for you to get a preliminary plat over to us, and we can address this all next month. So my motion is to defer this to next month. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
See you next month, sir.
I have a question. Does this count as a deferral?
No, not for their purposes, because we're instituting it. Next, we have concept plan, Sand Hill Villas, 7 lots on .87 acres, requested by Southern Precision Land Surveying, Incorporated, property located on Sand Hill Road, tax map 14, parcel 48, R3, high-density residential zoning district. This property is owned by Sand Hill Partners, LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the preliminary plat for Sand Hill Villas, and also on the agenda under old business is their concept plan. So these 2 items will need to be heard together. They're proposing 7 lots on .87 acres, and you can see here on the screen, it's a very small piece of property, but it is on the north side of Sand Hill. And previously, this project was approved for a row of 7 townhomes, which was then changed to 3 and 4, divided by a parking lot. But at the end of the day, they were approved for 7 townhomes, and then the property sold to a new owner who wishes to build single-family instead of townhomes. So that's the reason that we have a plan for 7 lots now. So zooming out, you can see a very large area of R3 with townhomes, and this property is this small area that's sort of wooded. Some of the trees now are down, but when this photo was taken, it was a wooded area. And again, you can see a little bit closer up how the neighboring sites have developed around this parcel. This property was rezoned last year in 2022 to R3. It was agricultural. So you can see there on the map, this green color is R3. And this is what it looks like today. After the previous plan was approved, the applicant did get a grading permit, started moving dirt and moving rock. So they installed a silt fence, which is in this photo. And this is looking east on Sand Hill Road as you go over the hill. And you also see the silt fence on the left. So moving into this plan, you can see the layout of the 7 lots. They did install a private drive in the front because particular concern was having 7 new driveways on Sand Hill with limited sight distance, so that was an issue. So to overcome that, they've installed a drive in the front that would then serve each of the 7 lots. And this plan, of course, has been here several months, so most of the comments have been already addressed. And I don't believe there's anything outstanding from planning or engineering, so that.
No, I just want to address something.
Oh, Mr. Lye does have one comment.
If you could go back to 131 out of 231, please. You're at 109 now, so go way ahead. More. There you go. All right, so I talked to the fire marshal, Curtis Brinkley, and his comment about the fire department access is still not acceptable. He meant to take that off. So, because what they have done is they have added a second entrance here. So they have an entrance as far into the straightaway as they can get it, and a second entrance right at the high point of the road, which has, if you're going to be in this area, that's the best place to put it. So that is less than 150 feet, so it now meets the NFPA requirements. So there's a couple of minor comments left about which of the 2 water lines in front for them to tie to. They'll work that out with Scott Tatalovich. But they do have water service, and they do have sanitary sewer service. Entrance 1, entrance 2 meets the fire marshal's comments.
Okay, do we have an applicant here? Name and address, please.
Good evening. Brian Hamilton, Nashville Civil, 700 51st Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, so just for clarification, first we're going to be dealing with a concept plan. So does anyone have any questions about that? This will be number 8 in your packet. Any questions for staff or the applicant on the concept plan? If there's none, we need a motion to approve or deny.
Mr. Chairman, just have a couple of questions. Now we'll jump to it. So on the concept plan, what is the width of the driveways? It doesn't appear to be indicated.
20 feet is the easement for the shared drive, 24 for the entrance, and there was 36 for the exit for the fire truck. It was it's not really 2 entrances. One of them is an exit for the fire truck to get him back onto Sand Hill.
Okay, so both entrance and exit, what are their width? Are they 36 both, or?
Well, it can be. That's more about it would be construction plans. So we were really just putting that on there because of the workshop to not have 7 driveways, to have 1. So we did that. Then the fire truck needed to get back onto Sand Hill, so we did that. So it's not designed, but it will be the next step, construction plans. So we're allocating just the idea of the one shared entrance, and then the exit to then get the fire truck back.
Okay, so I understand we're dealing with the concept, but as a preliminary plat, I would expect to have the dimensions put on there.
Okay. A preliminary plat usually doesn't, it's not a site plan. That's kind of what I think we talked about on a couple projects ago. But yes, I mean, clarify that. Everybody's going to be satisfied with that, you know, when it's designed. Construction plans.
Any other questions?
Just comment, I'm just glad that we don't have cars backing out on sand hills.
Sure.
So that was
Yeah.
my main issue, and we've got a 20-foot drive that everyone is sharing. We have a 36-foot, you know, main entrance and, you know, exit onto Sand Hill, so the fire department's happy. And then we can get that truck out of there on the other end.
Correct, yeah.
Do have one quick question. How do you intend to make sure that the quote-unquote exit is only an exit, not an entrance?
So there's barricades, or there's different type things that can be used that, you know, there's a typical type barricade that is used for those type of situations. It's a gate, you know,
Okay.
and it's got a certain red and white, you know, kind of caution. It doesn't say caution, but it has the red and white, you know.
Okay.
I can bring a detail of it, you know, or it'll be on the construction plans.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions?
Now, the last meeting in that gate, you mentioned that it would automatically open with the fire truck. Nobody have to get out and manually open or close it.
I'm not sure that was indicated, the automatic portion of it.
I think that's what the fire marshal had brought up.
I talked to Curtis about this. He said that they were okay with what's, you know, been presented.
He mentioned a couple different options, including a box that when it hears the sirens, it opens, but he didn't say specifics.
And does this development have to have a kiosk, a mail kiosk?
Just about everything now has to have a mailbox kiosk.
The post office, yeah, they've kind of done that.
Well, from my standpoint, I would prefer just have the two entrances rather than having a gate or a crash gate. I mean, just to get people in and out there. It's a very busy road, Sand Hill, and so I would just prefer to have it just two entrances to come in and come out.
We would do that definitely, and I think the eventual homeowners would like that as well.
Okay, any other comments on the concept plan? If not, I would need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Concept plan passes. Then we're on to the preliminary plat portion, which is 13 in your packet. So I believe Bo and Gary covered all of both the preliminary and the concept. So does anyone have any questions?
I would just encourage the applicant to listen to what this board said this evening as you move forward with the application. You know, just listen to what's been said and then come back with your thoughts and ideas.
Absolutely.
Okay, need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
14, final plat, The Ridge, Phase 3, re-subdivide lots 315, 316, and 317, requested by Womble and Associates. Property located on Sweet Maple Knoll, tax map 29, parcels 30, 31, and 32, R2 medium density residential zoning district. This property is owned by Mitchell Bowman, DBA, F&B Development, Anthony Tromboli, and Lindsay Todetter. If I mispronounce that, my apologies. Mr. Logan.
This is a request from The Ridge. It's a request to combine 3 lots and change the boundaries of 3 lots so that the 3 lots become 2 after the subdivision is accepted. You can see the lot layout currently. There's 3 lots, and this is on Sweet Maple Knoll and Rocky Trail. Rocky Trail is the road to the right here. When this is finished, lot 316 will be eliminated, So just zooming out a little, you can see the 3 lots also in relation to the rest of the ridge. And this is the zoning map. The darker brown here is R2, medium density residential. And you can see this orange color is R1, which is low density. Again, this will just combine 2 of the smaller lots into 1 large lot. This is a photo from Rocky Trail and Chimney Ridge. And zooming out a little bit further, you can see the existing homes that are fairly new, and then the vacant corner here is the area that we're talking about. This is the plat submitted by the applicant. And you can see here in the middle is where lot 316 is today, and it'll be eliminated after the lots are combined and the plat's recorded. There's no technical comments remaining on this project, so this completes the report. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, with all the items been addressed by staff, I make a motion to accept as submitted.
I've got a quick comment before.
Go ahead.
The homeowner, Anthony Trimboli, he did approach me while I was doing a little bit of gardening. He had indicated that this came to be because when he purchased the home, he had talked to Michaels about putting in a pool. And after all was said and done, they realized that with setbacks and all, said pool would not have fit. So Michaels then, in order to make nice, decided to resubmit and change some lot lines there and give him a little more room for his pool. So that's why we are at this place. And then, of course, the 2 lots, by giving Mr. Trimboli a little more room, the other 2 lots would be a little bit small for the neighborhood. So, it's still something that the neighborhood wants, and it's a good thing, so I will second your motion.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 15, site plan, 84 Lumber, create additional storage yard on 42.45 acres requested by SEC Incorporated, properly located on Wheeler Street, tax map 18K, parcel 13, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. This property is owned by 84 Lumber Company. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at 84 Lumber. And on the screen, you can see their existing facility at the end of Wheeler Street. So this is Wheeler Street near the bottom. And then this entire area is 84 Lumber. And there are quite a bit of trees and forested land around the 84 Lumber site. And as you zoom out, you can see just how large of a facility it is, especially with the surrounding pavement and gravel areas. This is Walmart for comparison to the north, and this is the Walmart parking lot. So it's not quite as big as Walmart, but it's approaching. So the property, the dark blue is I-2 Heavy Industrial, and then the light blue along the rest of Wheeler is I-1 Light Industrial. So the Heavy Industrial is where 84 Lumber is located currently. And here's some site photos. And you can see there's a lot of activity there day to day and a lot of materials passing through. It's a very large operation. And there's another photo there of some equipment loading some trusses. The purpose of this site plan is only to build a storage yard. They're not building any buildings with this plan. And this is a closer view of the site plan. And you can see this is off to the top left is the existing building and the other facilities. And then this shaded area is the area where they would like to build the storage yard. And then down at the bottom is where Wheeler Street ends and the 84 Lumber property begins. And I think all the comments have been addressed on this site as well. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? If not, I need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 16. Preliminary plat, Arbor Ridge, sections 1, 2, and 3, 95 lots of approximately 32 acres. This is requested by SEC Incorporated, property located off Waldron Road, tax map 32, parcel 4, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. This property is owned by Starlight Homes of Tennessee, LLC. Mr. Logan.
This request is for preliminary plat approval at Arbor Ridge, and these are sections 1, 2, and 3, and you can see there on the screen. This is Rock Springs Elementary School at the bottom, and this blue line goes around the perimeter. That's about 214 acres, give or take, and so these sections for Arbor Ridge will be located roughly in the middle of this 214 acres and then to the south of the middle as you go toward the intersection of Lake Road. And zooming out, you can see, again, we're talking about this area here. It's all south of Blair and east of Waldron. And the property is zoned planned density residential. These sections were approved approximately 1 year ago this month. And the applicant just resubmitted because they were under the clock. They had 1 year to make progress, and they wanted to resubmit these so that they could keep their approval. So there wasn't a whole lot to look at. I don't think Mr. Light had any comments either. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Does anyone have any questions? Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second and third. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Preliminary plat, Arbor Ridge, sections 5 and 10, 137 lots on approximately 53.13 acres, requested by SEC Incorporated, property located off Waldron Road, tax map 32, parcel 4, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Starlight Homes of Tennessee, LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the same area, of course, for Arbor Ridge, and this request is for preliminary plat approval at sections 5 and 10. So again, Rock Springs Elementary School, bottom left, and then this development to the right. This is the vineyards, and some of that's in Smyrna, and the northern parts in LaVergne, of course. And here's some photos. So in this photo, this is Lake Road, and Waldron is crossing in front of you, left to right. The school's on your right out of the photo. And this is the sign that's out there today. Oops, excuse me. This is the sign that's out there today for Arbor Ridge that says coming soon. These phases are, or excuse me, these sections are close to this area as well. So this is the entire master plan that was submitted by the applicant. And you can see this is section 5 here, and then 10 is a little bit further up in this image. So north is to your left in this photo. So these are pretty far down to the south of in the entire 214 acres. They're on the southern border of the property. And there are some detail sheets that show the lot layouts and the arrangement. All the lots in this development are still proposed to be between 41 feet and 50 feet wide, and that was approved with the original design book when Arbor Ridge passed. There's no outstanding comments that I'm aware of, and engineering has none, so that completes the report.
Does anyone have any questions? Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to final plat. 5486 Murfreesboro Road, lots 3 and 4. Combined 2 lots to total 1.96 acres, requested by James Lukens. Property located at 5486 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, parcels 5 and 5.02, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District. This property is owned by Jemsid Shafari, Jemsid Mohibi, and Payman bin Rousey. Mr. Logan.
So this is a final plat request for approval at 5486 and 5500 Murfreesboro, and this plat would combine these 2 lots. So roughly a year ago, last summer, we met with the applicant, and they had designed a building, but the property line was an issue. I think part of the building was on top of the property line, so they had to rectify that, and the way to do that was to combine these 2 lots. So we'll have a photo in a moment of this building, but this is the building that most of you know started construction around, I think it's June of 2019, and a lot of the building's complete, but they never did finish everything, and it's not 100% complete. So it's some people refer to it as the building that's been under construction for 4 years, and that's probably accurate also. The new building that you'll see in the site plan will be pushed to the rear and further away from Murfreesboro Road. It gets closer to this railroad track. You'll see that in the next item. But currently, these are the lot lines. This blue, the existing 5500 building is on its own lot, and then the older storage building, it was kind of dilapidated, run down, but they did demolish that a couple years back, and that's what you're seeing there is the leftover slab from that old building that was torn down. So zooming out, of course, this is basically across from Walmart, and this is Washtopia, the neighbor just to the north and east. And zoning map, everything here is C2, highway commercial. Okay, so this, and we'll see this again in the next item for the site plan, but this is the existing building that's not finished. They've still got several site improvements to make, some water and sewer utility issues and things that are not complete, but this is what's out there today, and that's what it looks like. So this building, Murfreesboro Road, is just off to the left, out of sight, but so this building is turned so that the side is actually facing Murfreesboro Road, and then the actual front is at a 90-degree angle to Murfreesboro Road. So the plat submitted fairly simple, just shows the lot 2 or lot 3 and again shows the existing building and then the existing slab of concrete. So this line will be abandoned in the middle when the plat's recorded, and it'll be one parcel that's ready for the new building. And I don't think the plat has no comments, so that's all for the report. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
I still got to say, from the workshop we discussed, my concern is the roadway not lining up with the entranceway from the proposed building will give some concern for traffic. I still have a concern about that.
And yes, sir, that'll be discussed in detail on the site plan. This is just the consolidation plat.
So any questions about consolidation?
Is the applicant here? Or?
Yes. You can come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Jim Lukens Engineering, 256 Seaboard Lane, Franklin, Tennessee.
All right. Just refresh my memory. In the workshop, is the building going to be, let's say, of similar style and look to the existing building, the second one that you're building?
It complements the existing building, and it'll face the street, so the retail will get a lot more visibility.
Okay. All right.
And I have some elevations here.
Okay, great.
Provided and also have materials for it. I was gonna.
Perfect.
Well, yep, that will be addressed with the site plan.
Gotcha.
Does anyone have any questions on the consolidation?
Nope.
Okay, need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now moving on to site plan, commercial shell building, lot 3, new building totaling 7,206 square feet on 1.96 acres, requested by James Lukens, property located at 5486 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, group E, parcel 5.02, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by Jamshed Sharifi, Jamshed Mohibi, and Payman Bayrouzi. So we've got this in front of us. There's something, well, first before I start in on mine, I'll let Mr. Logan go through if they have anything.
So, of course, this is the item that goes along with the plat from the previous item. They are hoping to build a second building of 7,200 square feet, give or take. And I won't go over all the sites since we just did that, but I will show you the building again. So this shows the old slab of the building that was torn down, and then you can see just barely visible is the corner of the existing building. And then this is the site plan that the applicant is proposing. So in this plan, you can see existing building here and new building here, and they'll roughly be at right angles to one another with parking in front of both buildings. And I'll turn it over to the architectural discussion and the parking discussion.
Okay, well, I'll take that. We'll jump on the one real quick thing. It's hard to see on the plans, but this dumpster pad here has been revamped. That's a new wall. That loading area is not there anymore, and there's room for 3 dumpsters. Could you please, Bo, go to 215 and to 231? Okay, the engineer, that big old long list of 20-some-odd comments that I had, he did get all of those addressed. However, there were utilities comments that are outstanding. The problem is that the utility plan? 215. Sorry, I told you the wrong number. There we go. Right.
Is this it?
Yes. All right, so they've consolidated these into a single lot, which by our Public Works utility standards can only have one service. So they have the existing service and a new service shown, so the plans are not yet to a state that we could build them as drawn. Now, in terms of the lining up of the driveway, I discussed that with Mr. Lukens, and he has brought some additional information, and he would like to talk with you all directly about that.
Sir, if you'd please come back up, name and address.
Okay. Jim Lukens, Lukens Engineering, 256 Seaboard Lane, Franklin, Tennessee. If I can pass out it's an alternate plan. As I said before, we had kind of looked at different options for the parking layout, and it was specifically brought up at the at the technical review meeting a few weeks ago. So this is a layout that aligns the incoming traffic lane with the driveway straight across, and requires, an angle on the parking and everything. I prefer the one we've got in the application, but I want to let you know that this option does work too, and it's really a preference of which one would be preferred. But I like the other one has more parking. I think it's just a little less confusing for the people coming out of the parking area, but it does align, which does address the comment that was raised at the meeting.
Thoughts, anyone?
I mean, for me, I prefer the one you just presented personally.
Okay.
How many car park spaces did you lose?
I think we lost only 4, I believe.
Mr. Logan, but do you meet the parking
We
requirements?
still meet the requirements, correct. So if you wanted to approve this plan, I'm fine with this plan being approved.
So personally, I prefer this one as drawn for ease of getting through there. As the connection goes to the car wash 2, there's going to be a lot of traffic coming along through there. So for me, it's more safety issue, and I just think lining up makes better sense as far as my personal preference.
Mr. Logan, can you go back to 198, or actually 197? And I just want to bring this up. I only noticed it whenever we were discussing the concept plan, but this applies to the site plan. But the car wash next door is stubbed out to tie in with this parcel. And on the site plan, both of them, it's not tied in. So I just wanted to just understand why that didn't happen. I didn't catch it during the workshop. Go back one more. 197.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that stub there with the car wash.
Are you talking about in the back of the
Yes.
site? Okay, the original plat was approved with the 4 lots all having the shared access in the front. There's no shared access in the back, so I don't know why they terminated that. I think it might just be a dead end, but there was never an intent to combine the two.
Okay. I wasn't part of the commission back then, so I don't know what the thought was with that, but.
So this for Gary, just a question. So the parking lot, they're going with pavers, so they're obviously the existing car park that's already been made for the present building has been blacktop. Now they're going with pavers?
Yes, sir. For this one, they're going with permeable pavers because it does the filtration and the detention at the same time. The presently constructed building had underground detention. So it is 2 different types, but they both fall within our approvable BMPs.
Okay. Gary, have you had a chance to review the alternative?
Yes, sir, I have, and I have got no problem with it. But again, if you gave an approval tonight, it would be a contingent approval because the utility plans are not buildable.
Okay.
So I just want to remind you of that.
Yeah. I just didn't know if you had seen this yet. or not.
Yeah, he did show, Mr. Lucas did show that to me, and it's fine.
And then, do you want to speak to the utilities as far as those being outstanding?
Sure. The utilities, really, it's basically because the lots are combined, we can only have one service into the site. And I believe one of the comments said there's a stub out at the existing fire domestic meter. So it's just a matter of putting our backflow over on the combined lot line area of the project, and appropriately backflowing it and then running our service to the building. So it's an easy change to make. I know there were several questions that were raised about the existing site, the lot 4, because it wasn't finished. I don't know why it wasn't finished, but there's several things for that need to be addressed as that project's finishing up too. But it's an easy question. It's an easy thing to address if it's approved with contingent
Staff
on
concurs
satisfying
that it's
public
easy.
utilities.
Yeah, staff concurs that there's no real problem to it. It's not what the plans show right now.
Okay, so we have those outstanding. And then I had a question in regards to the materials board. So pretty much the whole building's going to be this kind of grayish, black, metallic, the whole thing?
No. Do you have the utility? Or not the utility, the elevations?
So the board, I don't know if you look for the board, but it's right in front of the
The brick is here, it's on the columns, and then that's brick. The glass will be kind of a darker colored glass, which is similar to the existing building. And then there's 2 shades of ephes on the top. And the top is where as the tenants move in and put signage up, they'll put their signage up on the top there. And then there's a kind of a stonish dry cast, I guess is what they call it, that'll go here and along the top. But the dark color is only on the columns.
Okay. That had me concerned that we're just building a solid black building, so
Right.
that would not be aesthetically pleasing. Before there's any motions for anything, I think we need to figure out with the alternative and the proposed, what everyone prefers. Terry?
I like the alternative, the one that was presented.
Okay, Graham?
Alternative?
Carol?
Alternative.
Jim?
Alternative.
Yeah, the alternate.
Okay, I think everyone's looking at the alternative. So, but we still have some items outstanding, and this board traditionally has been very anti-contingency. So I'll make a motion to defer this to next month. This way it gives you time to work on this.
Okay.
And is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks, sir. We'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Number 20, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 1, property located off Blair Road, requested by SEC Incorporated, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request for subdivision acceptance at Portico Place, and it's Phase 2, Section 1. It's not deferred. Okay. Let's get to the well, since it's subdivision acceptance, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Lyde and let him go from there. Thanks.
Okay, one thing I need to clarify, because I've made some misstatements before regarding this one. This one is very clearly shown, the Blair Road improvements are not shown on Portico Place Section 1. They're shown on Portico Place Section 2. So, what I've said before, we are still holding up the final plat on Section 2, waiting on the Blair Road improvements, but we're kind of outside of what we can do in terms of holding this up because it's Section 1 and not tied to those improvements. So we had a punch list that they have been working through of the items that are in your packet on the punch list. There were 5 of them. They've got all of them except for number 5 done, and that is adding a grate on top of a outlet structure. They've got a workaround where they'll have a temporary grate while they're having the other one fabricated. So that's where we're at on it. That's in terms of the facts. So I would invite y'all to discuss it with.
Do we have a representative for this project? Name and address for the record, please.
850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro, and I'm John Miner.
Hello, sir. Can you speak to number 5, the grate?
I was told they were going to have it in, so we will defer a month.
Well, I spoke to the developer, and he asked me to explain that to you. It is in fabrication. It'll probably be installed within the week, but it's not there today. That's, again, just the facts.
And I will just say I'm more of the here and now today because, no offense, things happen. We've seen it in the past. I'll make a motion to defer this to next month.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Recommendation, Board of Mayor and Aldermen, amend the zoning ordinance, amend Article 4, Section 4.010, off-street parking requirements. Kyle and Bo Logan. Kyle, you want to take this since you've been so talkative?
Mayor, staff's recommending deferral on this. I had Bo send out some information that I made some errors on, so I definitely want to get that cleared up so y'all can see what the true numbers would be that we're looking at with some of the different scenarios.
Okay.
Plus, I think y'all had some questions that y'all want to discuss, an additional workshop.
Okay. I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
Second and third. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Juliet.
The bond list is up to date. There are 2 that are expiring next month. I have reached out to them, and they let me know that they are renewing those soon. So I think that should do it.
Any questions? Okay. Call this meeting adjourned.
off, so let me go get my chair, Mike.
Good evening and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is August 21st, 2023, and we do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first order of business is I need a motion to approve and a second for the minutes from the last, I can't even talk, from the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll make a
Motion to accept.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Commissioner Davidson and a second from Chuck. All in favor, say aye. Oppose? I forgot your name, Chuck.
It's all right.
It's going to
If
be
it wasn't on my shirt, I'd forget it.
it's going to be a long meeting. I have other things on my mind, trust me. So we're going to reverse the agenda a little bit. We're going to start out with something that's been on the minds of LaVergnians like myself for 30 years. And we've been wanting to get a soccer league for the children in this city. We've just never had anybody to step up and take responsibility. And we have a gentleman here now, and he's going to come up to the podium. Now, myself, Andrew, Kathy, Laura a little bit has had meetings with the gentleman. I think you're going to find him extremely knowledgeable of this game. And we need everyone to ask lots of questions. We need to ask Andrew lots of questions about the city portion of it. And I'm sure Andrew will probably even have questions for him. Is there anything else I need to add to that, Andrew?
That's a pretty good overview to start out. But yeah, as far as soccer is definitely something we need in our community. I mean, we have a very diverse population, and soccer is a very international sport. So I think it'd be a great asset to our community and our city here.
So, sir, if you will come up to the podium, please tell us your name and your address. And I guess you can start out with telling us a little bit about yourself first, and then what your expectations are from the city and from what you are going to offer to the city.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me here tonight to spend a few minutes with each and every one of you. My goal is to be brief, to allow for time for questions, because I'd love to answer any and all questions that each of you might or will have. For those of you that have not had the chance to meet with yet, my name is Gift Ndam, just like it sounds, G-I-F-T, N-D-A-M, that's the last name. The N in that name is silent, Ndam. Not to go too far back, but I grew up here in LaVergne. What seems like just yesterday, I was commuting from mom's house where my mom and grandma still live on 1301 Tanya Drive down to Trevecca, where I went and completed my undergrad and played soccer there. Also met my wife 11 years in November. We've got 2 boys, Sam that's 4 last week, and Josh will be 3 in January. I'll give you a little bit of a background as to why soccer for me, and the importance of sports in young people's life. You don't have to play soccer. I happen to play soccer, which is where I come from. And then share a little bit about the vision, as Vice Mayor mentioned. And again, I'll leave time for any specific questions and anything about my background or education or playing, any of that stuff that I don't bring up. It's my nature. I'm not really good about bragging about any of my accolades or any of that stuff, so you may have to pry out of me. But for the most part, I played at Trevecca. I played after Trevecca. Met my wife there. She played at Trevecca as well. Soccer is a game that God used to change my life, and I don't mean that like playfully. from back home where I came from in Nigeria, to spending time in refugee camp, to coming here as 22, 23 years ago with little to no English. Soccer is what paid for my education, undergrad, my first master's, and that paved the way for me to do seminary and to do some other postgraduate studies. So without soccer, I wouldn't be in front of you today having a conversation to partner with the city of LaVergne to bring a similar atmosphere for each of our kids. I've coached sports now for close to 16, 17 years. I started out doing the YMCA stuff, volunteering, learning, then spent some time at Brentwood Soccer Club, spent some time at Tennessee Soccer Club, TSC, and spent some time at NUSA. We've parted ways from NUSA and created something different. We have an organization now that's called Tennessee Temple FC. Our goal is to service anyone from any walks of life, regardless of your socioeconomic upbringing. And you say, how do you do that? The sport's too expensive. We've had like-minded businesses and folks that have allowed us to be able to offer scholarship and different funding to allow us to be able to offer soccer in a way where most clubs are not able to do. Why LaVergne? I grew up here. I commuted because I didn't have the means to pay for housing and whatnot. I commuted from LaVergne to college while I played in college. LaVergne is a little different now than when I went to college and commuted from LaVergne, but it's still a beautiful place to grow up. We have kids that are coming from LaVergne and commuting 30, 45 minutes to us now in Murfreesboro, where our club, our 501c3, resides at Richard Seagull Soccer Complex. In talking to the board of the 501c3, my ask to the board was, why can't we offer this to LaVergne? Because we triple in size, and part of that triple or percentage growth is most of those kids are coming from here in LaVergne. Why can't we do something in LaVergne so these single moms or single families or low-income families or different socioeconomic background don't have to commute 30, 45 minutes down to Murfreesboro to play the same game that we're trying to bring to kids from different walks of life. So I feel like I've just been running at you with a bunch of different things. I'm going to pause there, and any specific questions. A couple of little things, sorry, Mayor. The goal would be for this spring, if the city allows it and parks are okay with it, for us to start a rec program this spring. As to what that looks like, I'll partner with the parks and the city to make sure that it fits in the calendar wherever it works best. We like to start with the rec program first because for me, that's where I started. Rec is really where any and all persons that loves the game wants to start. You don't need a lot of stuff to start it. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need a lot of anything. You just need someone that loves you and wants to pour into you, that wants to nurture and challenge you, to come out and work with you. That's really all you need, right? So that's what we'll start with the rec in the spring. My ask would then be going into fall 2024 to not only do rec, but also have an avenue for those kids that are able to play in the travel environment, to be able to have the opportunity for them as well. There will be an additional cost for that, as travel ball does cost. But again, our goal would be to provide opportunities for the folks that needs it through the process we have in place. We have a financial aid committee. You fill out the form, and based on that, we're able to provide the needs that you need. So I'll pause there and then answer any questions that we may have.
I'll jump right in.
Yes, sir.
It may be a little bit premature to ask this question, but
Yes, sir.
Looking down the road, do you have a plan of what age groups you might be wanting to start out with to get the league going? Are we talking, 7-year-olds, 10-year-olds, or how does that work?
So the way I'm wired more as a collaborator. So it's not that I don't want to answer that question. I'm just telling you just how I make decisions. The goal would be to open it up for anyone that's interested, and based on who is interested, we'll then decide, okay, do we have enough to make this team, and then we'll go from there.
And that was why I said it may be
Right.
a little bit premature to
Right.
even ask that
Yes, sir.
question, but I was curious about your thoughts on that.
Right. Yeah, I think with the mindset that I have and the folks that we have with the organization, the mindset is more of a collaborator, meet the city where the city is, meet the families where they are, and bring them to where they need to be. If that's your goal and that's your vision, you can't really set an age because then you've eliminated the people before you started. So the goal would be to allow for as many families that want to participate, and then from there we'll decide, okay, are we combining two age groups? Do we have enough to make one team? Where do we need to gather our efforts from there? Yes, sir. Good question. I just don't have
Okay,
any.
no,
I need more data to make.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear was
Yes,
your
sir.
thoughts on it.
Yes, sir.
I got a question, but it's more for Steve and Andrew, I guess. Are we going to have to get another team like we did the baseball and vote on that, or?
It'll have to be an RFP.
The city would have to put out an RFP.
Okay.
And Gift and his organization would have to fill out the proper paperwork and go through the same process.
Okay.
So it'd still be open to any individual essentially and be under review, but yes, it would have to go out for request for proposal.
Okay. I just want to make sure. What did you go to Trevecca for?
I went for my undergrad was in IT, information technology, and then my first master's was a master of religion, and then my second one was an MBA.
I used to live in front of Trevecca.
Sorry?
I used to live in front of Trevecca,
Yeah.
so I know it very well. It's the part of the football field now where
Yeah.
we used to live.
Yeah. Spent a lot of days there.
With this league, I know you say you don't have an age group or to begin with, but would this be co-ed that you're looking for? And then also, if you do have ages, would it be like broken into divisions? I know, I'm sorry.
Rick.
No, Rick. I got Steve disease today. Like Rick was saying, was it?
No, you don't. Trust me.
So I know you can't answer about the division because you don't know about the age groups. But if
Yes,
you
sir.
just hypothetically, you got 100 kids and you have 5 to 15, would they be broken down to age groups and then co-ed as well, or it just be I want one team and we're gonna go that way?
That's a good question. And my thought on it right now would be you're going to have kids that fall in different brackets or groups. Boy or girl, if they want to play, they want to learn, and they want to be nurtured and challenged, we're gonna be there for them. We're opening a can here. In talking to my wife about this, we've got 2 boys, and I do have a day job.
Right.
So what if 200 kids come up? What are you gonna do? So the beauty of this, which is something I've not brought up yet, I also own a minor league team, 2 of them.
Minor league soccer?
Yes, sir. So those 2 teams players on those 2 teams are the coaches right now in our academy. So those kids and families are coming to watch their coaches play on the weekends, especially when the games are local. Right. So what ultimately will end up happening is the reason why I'm so relaxed on it, the number doesn't quite concern me, is because we have a lot of young people, mostly males, where the 2 teams are guys' teams, they go year round. That would step in and be coaches if we didn't have parent volunteers and whatever the case might be. So no restriction on guy or girl, no restriction on team. We're going to try to do the best we can to service our community. You asked a very good question, similar to your question earlier. And my thought on that is still the same. It would be once we have more information to make the best possible decision, then we'll do so. Part of the reason why I'm not too concerned about that is because when kids come out of the woodwork, if they are good enough and they don't need to be part of the rec program, we have a travel ball team right now that we could take those that are already good enough to just join those teams, and that will create rooms for the other folks, other families and kids that are not quite there yet. And our job then will be to meet those where they are and get them to where they like to be. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Does travel ball operate like AAU?
Very similar, yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Would you have a cutoff of age?
When I say I'm open to everything, I really am. I also have a plan in place, right? So X number of kids register in this age group, this is what that looks like. You hit 20 kids, this is what I've got that plan already as we speak. But I'm not going into, I'm a planner, I'm an organizer by nature. I have a plan of what I'd like to see happen, depending on what number of kids show up, right? But that plan is secondary to whatever happens. You can have plan, but life happens a
Right.
little different.
Life
But
happens.
yes, so we still have a plan in place. The goal would be to start at 5 or 6 year old, preferably go up to 17 if there are interest. But if there's no interest, then we'll just scale down to whatever the numbers in front of us. We'll take those set numbers and we'll plug it into the system we already have in place, which is X number of kids per team, different age group, and so forth.
Does the Tennessee Temple Soccer Club have like a league that they play in now, or is this going to be the LaVergne chapter going to be the beginning of a league, like a Rutherford County league? Or
The travel ball, so there are two things here in LaVergne. The first one, which is dear to my heart, would be the rec ball, right? And then the second piece, the rec ball is in the spring. There's no travel soccer in the spring. We couldn't start in the spring. It's just not possible. Well, it is possible, but it would make more sense for it to be tailored for a different time period.
I got you.
But the rec ball comes in the spring. The goal would be we excel at that, and we do it again in the fall. Then there's tryouts for the travel ball, AAU, and so forth for soccer in the summer for the fall season. And we then come back in the fall for a second season of the rec and the first season of the travel.
Gotcha.
The travel, or AAU in basketball, already exists. We started last year with 3 teams. We just started our second year this August, and we've tripled in size.
Nice.
And most of those kids are coming from our community.
Right.
Yeah. So
All right. Good stuff.
that's the goal. We have something that works already, and we want to use that to replicate that. We don't want to go too fast or too slow, but as we use what we've done before that worked, our goal is to apply it, but then also step back and say, is this really going to work? If not, what do we need to change? What adjustment needs to happen? Do we need more coaches? Do we need more volunteers? Do we need more space? I don't know. But once we have more data, we'll put our heads together and figure out the best way forward.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
What days are you planning on playing?
That's going to determine by
Depend
what.
on-
Yes, depend on what what we're able to work out with parks and recs. And again, I'm built more as a collaborator than a collaborator has a plan in place, but also flexible if the need be.
So some of the things that I wanted to bring you guys on this board up to speed, some of the things that myself, Gift, Andrew, Kathy, that we talked about, just to give you an idea of some of the things that we talked about. And if I speak out of turn, Andrew, please stop me. What my goal was, or suggestion, well, let me back up. We had some people in our meeting that knows a whole lot more about soccer than I do, for sure. But they seem to think that if we can get this to happen, and there's a lot of stuff that goes along with it, and we'll talk about that in a minute, that the response for this area will be overwhelming. Now, that's kind of the words they used, that it would be overwhelming. Not only for the diversity that Andrew spoke of, but for Antioch, Smyrna, things like that. Of course, we're going to make sure that the LaVergne children are taken care of first. But those people that we had in those meetings seem to think that there may be a chance that we would have to turn some kids away, because obviously we can't just take as many as we possibly can. And to piggyback off what you were talking about in soccer, as I've learned, it's not called AAU, it's called elite, which I did not know until this meeting. And also my goal was I would like to see this happen for 2 years, spring, fall. And then maybe even talk about, if it goes as what we would like it to do, is to take our existing football field and make it turf, so that he can bring his semi-pro team here and play. because obviously they can't play on that field with the way it is. But those are some of the things that we talked about. I guess I'll turn to Andrew and ask you a couple of things about, have you and David or whoever, have you all had the opportunity to look at green space? Because here was my ideology. Kids just want to play. You stick a couple of goals out in somebody's front yard, give them a ball and an official. The parents will bring lawn chairs, and they just want to play. But with that being said, there are things that we have to think about the city as far as green space.
So we have, Dave, myself, and Gift have went around the city. We've looked at the different green space options. We've talked about the green space there at Veterans Park that football uses for practice now. So, and football has also been in on meetings with us, so they are willing to coexist in that nature. We've also looked at some of this green space, the old ball fields behind City Hall here. So that is supposed to be demoed and basically just be a big field. So that is some spaces, and also there's talks of using the Heritage Valley Park there on Fergus Road for soccer games also. And of course, they still would use the football field there at Veterans. It just wouldn't be every day. And the reason, piggyback what Steve said about turf, is if you have soccer in the spring, heavy foot traffic on turf kills the grass, and then we don't want to leave football in a big muddy mess in the fall. So that's why our vision of turf in the future, as far as maintenance and being responsible to both organizations, whoever, soccer and football, that operate on that field, it's just being more responsible to them. But yeah, as far as spaces, we do have the space. I mean, depends on how many kids come out, but as Giff said, we'll make work what we have to do, I guess.
I have personally spoken to some people that I know and for a fact do soccer, and just, went through the what ifs, and their response was overwhelming also, that once soccer, because I like Rick Carroll, we've been around here since '94, and we've always wanted soccer. We've just never had anybody, and I use this term with Gift, and I'll use it tonight, we've just never had anybody to take the bull by the horn and run with it. And I think if we can work this out, get the RFPs in, get the green space. I know Laura is on the board of the HOA over there at that field next to on Fergus. That there's a chance that maybe if we can work it out with the city and her HOA, that we can go there, because the one word that keeps popping in my mind that I heard at that meeting was the word overwhelming. And from everything that I'm hearing, if that, and the people that were there, they know they know the area. If soccer is overwhelming here, I don't think it'll be a problem. As far as the 501, you guys do a thorough investigation with that, I'm sure. Make sure all of that is legit, because we do not want to get into that deal that we got into years ago with baseball. So we definitely want to keep that. But I would love to hear more questions from you guys if you have them.
I will say that, unfortunately, my daughter did play for a few years at Heritage Valley Park when YMCA had it, but they dropped it. So then there wasn't soccer anymore, or you go to Smyrna. And we had at least 4 teams playing on those just at Heritage Valley. There was at least 4 games going at a time on those fields.
I remember that very well.
And my daughter running up and down, she hit some in the wrong goal, but she learned.
I mean, if you were to drive by Veterans Park tonight, there might be 40 or 50 kids out in those front fields playing soccer right now, just kicking between a trash can.
Every single day.
Every single night.
I think it's I think it's wonderful that you and your people now. So let's take it a step forward, and it's a lot of unknowns, and I know that, just like the age groups and the people, and there's a lot of unknowns. When it comes to money, I'm assuming you all have paperwork for donations, for signs, for names on jerseys, of course, as far as I'm concerned, like I said before, kids just want to play. Give them a T-shirt and let them go. That's all they care about. I know from experience. Now, down the road, you get a little snazzy with the shorts and the shirts and all that stuff. But, you know, all this sounds great, but it takes dollars. That's a given. So
it does take dollars, but there are ways to do it, and especially when you start out and it doesn't become cumbersome, right? So we've done this before, and it worked. To just give you an example, most folks should be able to find black socks and black shorts, and then what we'll have for them is a top. They don't need a name on the back of it. The 501c3, which I do sit on that board as the executive director, but it's a self-governing board. It's funny, there are times when I'm traveling for work or family or different things that I'm not at the meeting. They make decisions and keep going. Like, so why do you guys even need me in this meeting? You guys already decided what you're doing for the next couple of years, whatever the strategic meetings are. So the board does not really need me for them to function and do what they do. We've got great folks that want to be there for the right reason. We have been able to partner with other organizations through the success of the minor league team, and we funnel that benefit of the minor league team winning to our academy teams. For example, the first year when we only had 3 teams, we didn't have uniforms. We decided to call, I had a friend of mine that's in leadership at Capelli, and I called him and said, hey, we're looking at doing this with the youth program. How can we partner to do X, Y, Z and get some funding or get some resources to the academy teams? It didn't take but probably 10, 15 minutes of a conversation. The next thing we knew, they were giving the academy teams this kind of uniforms, like over $20,000 worth of equipment, balls, pennies, cones, different things. So, you know, my grandmama always says, if you build it, they will come. And for sure, we built it, and they came. Money is part of the equation. It's not my driver. It's never been. I grew up back home from the war to refugee camp. When I didn't have it, it didn't change me much. Now that I have a little bit of it, it doesn't change anything. I didn't come with it. I'm not leaving with it. So it doesn't, the money piece will sort itself out. But we have strategic partnership in place already that's helped the academy teams and reduce their cost. I mean, this year alone, going into our second year, I know this is recording, probably aired to Capelli. If this is in my NDA, I'm sorry. But, you know, we're able to, coaches outfitted in more than 6-7 ways. Balls, pennies, cones, all over again like we did last year. Shirts for the kids, practice shirts for the kids. Like, there are a lot of things that kids that play travel ball would have to pay for that they didn't have to pay for because the first team's success, we're able to channel that benefit to the kids. For example, you can research this on your own. Go look up what it costs to buy home and away uniform, practice uniform, backpack, and a jacket for a travel ball team. You're looking anywhere from $300 to $500 and something easily. Ours, $275. Less than half of anyone around us. How are we able to do that is, again, through that same partnership. Now, there are things that the first team has to adhere to, have certain display of Capelli stuff. We have to have certain things that have certain apparel and wear those things X number of times, display things at games, travel with things, promote certain things, some businesses that put funding into it. So the sponsorship side of it, we as a first team, as a minor league team, we have to honor that agreement. And then the benefit from that, we don't keep it all with the first team. We channel that to the kids. What we want to do here is do the same thing, but channel all the way down to the rec program. It's the same. What we've done works. We just want to do it again with the rec program, not just the elite. So,
after you had, excuse me, after you had your meeting with myself, Andrew, and others, did you go back and talk to your partners, your associates about what we talked about, and if so, what did they have to say?
yeah, so the first group that I spoke with was the board, right? Because for full transparency, any success that we've had from a benefit that one would keep, we funnel that to the academy. So that's the first group that we had to make sure they understood that there's a rec program that's coming. Why? Good question, because now instead of 100% of whatever comes in from a benefit standpoint, staying with the academy, a good chunk of that now goes to the rec. So we wanted them to know what going into next year will look like. Obviously this year, calendar year, August through May, it's already accounted for. But going into next fiscal year, I wanted that board because I know the work they've done firsthand, and I know the folks that are on there, and I know where their heart is, and I know just the amount of time they take away from their family and personal business and everything else to commit to the success of our program. Our success is not because of me. It's because we've got great folks that wants to be there for the right reason. They're there for the kids. So I went to them first and said, hey, in fact, after we finished, I started calling them to just say, before you hear from anyone else, I want you to know that gift is on another verge of doing something again. The gift that keeps on giving. I want to do a rec program in LaVergne, while LaVergne of all places. I grew up there. That's my hometown. And I want them to know that every 100% that was going there is not going there anymore. What does that look like? I don't know. But I do know that I've seen enough come through from what we've done that enough can go and create something else. So their response is always the same response. I say yes, but you have to formally present it to the board and make sure that the board votes on it, agrees on it. I'm not concerned about that because there's not been a single thing that I've proposed to the board that they've turned down. There hasn't been. So this is no different. I've talked to the president. I've talked to a couple key folks that I needed to have conversations with. All of you are important if you're listening and watching. But I did the due diligence already, and I know that when it does come up for voting, that it's a no-brainer. It's going to pass. Then that's one piece of the pie. There's the other piece of the pie, which is the volunteering and getting folks that are playing on that first and second team to give up their time and to give back. I grew up as a single, in a single family, oldest of 7. There wasn't many males in my life growing up. I've been blessed to have over 50 guys that I get to work with week in and week out. My task to them is to give back to the community that we come from. So if you look at teachers, they're mostly females. You look at anything that has to do with giving back, Sunday school, you name it, mostly females. Again, blessed to have over 50 plus guys that are on the 2 teams combined. I'm pretty sure we can get at least 10-20% of them to give back in some capacity. They all are there because they say they're there for the right reason, and they've shown that over 3 seasons, a year and a half. This would be no different. So it would be me asking, and usually, again, because of the way I'm wired and the way things have seemed to pan out for me, I love giving, and folks like giving me so I can give, and that's the goal, is to continue to do that.
So I guess from what you're saying, everything being equal, if we could get this off the ground, asking parents to come out and volunteer, whether it be teen moms or concessions or whatever, is not a big issue.
No. It takes a village.
Oh, it definitely.
It takes a village.
Trust me, we struggle with it. And so, Andrew, or Felicia, I guess would be the best question. Again, everything being equal, if we can work this out and make it happen, what is the process for an RFP? Time limit?
Time limit, it would have to, of course, it's too late to go before council this month.
Mm-hmm.
But if Bruce and I can get it together, it could be on the October meeting, I'm sure.
And Andrew, I'm sure you guys in Parks have got some things, some more. Have you got any questions that maybe I don't know about, or we certainly don't know about? Have we?
Pretty. I mean, he's giving you pretty much an overview. I mean, of course, we're wanting to do a rec league and also have travel ball, and the goal is to eventually have a minor league team here. So pretty much the entire organization can be encompassed in LaVergne. So we just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Like I said, Steve had pointed out it might take 2 years, but we just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Would it be called LaVergne Soccer League? What would it be called?
If you want to change the name, Vice Mayor, we can talk about that.
What is the name of it now?
Tennessee Temple.
Tennessee
The Tempo is Tempo, like music.
Tempo.
Tempo, yes.
They said Temple. Okay,
yeah,
Tempo.
Tennessee
okay.
Temple.
I guess that's something we'd have to talk about.
Yeah.
And as far as the RFP, I mean, Bruce has been emailed, and I believe Miss Felicia, I don't know if you were CC'd on it. Bruce does have the information on that. So he works pretty much extensively that and with Miss Felicia on that. So we'll follow up this week and push to get that on the next agenda for October.
And once again, if we can get this rolling, if everybody's, and you've got to bring it before the board, let's just using dates, let's say November 1st or December 1st.
For
at the earliest.
Probably, I would say, would you say November would be the earliest it could be voted on?
I don't know. That's why I was asking about that. I don't know how that would work.
Bruce, I need to talk to Bruce, but I don't see why we couldn't have it at the board before for the November meeting.
Okay, so
Latest.
let's say that it comes to the board and we okay it. Then what is our next step? What's the next thing?
I think that really, I mean, of course we get
Certificate of liability insurance.
Yeah, we'll have to get all his
things like that.
Paperwork and of that nature. But as far as sign-ups, he would do just like the baseball league. Go ahead and start advertising sign-ups.
So that would be early enough for a spring league. Are you all prepared for that quickness?
Yes. Not ideal timeline, but we'll make it work. I'd like to have more time, but yes, if that's the best that we could do.
And as far as the spring season, what months do you envision that being?
I don't know what's on the calendar at the moment from a field standpoint, but usually there's nothing you can do outside in January and February. So you probably want to do somewhere late March and go about 8 weeks. So yeah, you probably don't want to start too early because the grass is probably not ready for it. Just being mindful of that. So I would love to look at the calendar with you and say, okay, this is when we've always come outside to start doing stuff on grass. And then going forward 8 weeks from there, what does that look like? And then there might be some holidays or spring break or some stuff in there that we have to be mindful of. So my guess is that it wouldn't be a consecutive 8 weeks. It may be 4 or 5 weeks here, and then you skip 1 week for whatever holiday or whatever is going on in the community, and then come back to it again. But yeah, I would love to look at the calendar and then be able to better assess, like, when do you officially start? When would there need to be a break for whatever the reason being? When do we pick back up and when do we finish?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What does the season look like game-wise?
The games will be on the weekends.
I'm sorry, number of games.
It depends on the number of teams, but I mean there are 8 weeks, so ideally about 8 games, right? So if you're training once or twice a week, that's following Saturday you'll have games. If there are 4 teams in your bracket, then that Saturday you could potentially play each other once, which would be 3 games on that weekend. So the number of teams will be determined. Now again, remember there is a template already that we've designed that we're going to be able to plug things in. There's X number of games based on age that you don't want to overdo in a set 24-hour period for safety reasons.
Right.
So probably no more than 3 games, and probably less than that the younger they are. But there's a lot that goes into it. But the equation works. It's just a matter of getting some more data input to be able to make a good, accurate decision. Yes, sir.
and I hate to keep saying this because I don't know anything about soccer, other than I know the kids love it and we want it, and that's really all that matters. But do they play soccer in inclement weather as long as it's not lightning?
Yes, sir. If it's not too hot from a heat index standpoint and it's not thunder and lightning, you can play in the rain, especially if you have turf. But if you don't have turf, then you have to be mindful. The little guys are okay for the most part, regardless of the amount of rain. Now, if it's like pouring down hardcore, it's probably not safe to be out there at that point. But if it's just moderate rain, little drizzle here and there, you can play. The older you get, or the older they get, if they play on that wet surface, they're going to beat the field up. Yeah, they're just going to.
They don't get hurt.
Yeah.
Wherever they get.
I guess I have a question probably for Andrew. I'm really liking what I'm hearing tonight, and I'm just wondering about a timeline. If we all get together and we all love this and we decide to move forward with it, as far as the field is concerned, what would it look like as far as getting the budget approved for the turf and then actually getting it put in? Is that something that could happen like next summer between the seasons?
It could. The cost is extensive.
No, that's. I'll answer that.
It's all budgetary. Let's go with that.
Yeah, that's my. That's why I wanted to be realistic and go for 2 years. And at the end of 2 years, if it gets to be overwhelming, as I keep saying, with the response and with the donations, the people buying, wanting to invest and stuff, and then, because that's a pretty big expense, because I think Andrew even brought it up the other day, just the LED lights for that's how much?
I'll be honest with you. The lighting itself, if we were just to replace the light heads, not the poles on the football field, the lighting from Musco Lighting was about $182,000 to $192,000.
Good.
And that's if you go look at the LaVergne High School or Smyrna High School, that's what we're going to. You're going to your LED lights because our metal halide lights that are currently up there now, they're being outdated. The cost to operate them are double or triple, and the repair cost yearly is insane. So, and you can never keep them all operating at one time because you have a company come out and work on them. A day later, there's going to be two lights out. Now, your turf cost, you're looking around $750,000.
Plus, we even talked about it, and for his semi-pro team, we even talked about maybe building dressing rooms so the opposing teams, because when you get up to that level of soccer, I do know that's you got to have dressing rooms and things, and but at least now it's in the talks. We're going to move it forward, I hope, with Gift at the helm, people like Andrew, us, that I want 2 years. I want to make sure that when we present it to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, or when Andrew and David does, that we have got a leg to stand on. We can show them that this is something that we desperately need, or maybe not desperately, but we'd like to have to make it even bigger and better. Who knows? Because, at one time, I don't want to talk in the past tense, but I know I know that she knows. The LaVergne Youth Baseball Softball at one time was number one in the state of Tennessee, probably even in the Southeast.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to get that back there, but it's going to take us a while. But if we can come out of the gates with something like this, in a couple of years, this could be what puts LaVergne programs on the map, and people coming from all over. I mean, is that
Most definitely. When you talk about cost of upgrading our facilities, our facilities are roughly 30 years old. They're veterans, so it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
But it's not only a benefit to soccer, it's a benefit to our football kids. It's a benefit to events. You know, our fall festival's held on there, our movies in the park, cornhole tournaments, anything of that nature. So that's less rain outs. You know, we get tons of rain in LaVergne. So it's not only a benefit just to soccer. That would be a capital upgrade to all our kids and our community events in the long run.
I don't have anything else, guys. He's right here if you have any questions before I cut him loose.
Is your league still going on now in Murfreesboro?
Yes, sir. And I've got time. I have permission from my wife to be here all night, so I've got time.
Well, there's another meeting after this,
Okay.
so we don't want to go too terribly long. But we want to make sure that the members here get as many questions in. And
Yes, sir.
of course, you all can always pick up the phone, call Andrew or David, and, you know, please don't hesitate to email them or call them. If you have any more questions, they can ask. Of course, I got Gil's personal cell phone, so I can call him myself.
Whenever you want, sir.
But,
Whenever you want.
you know, we thought it would be nice if we brought him here so you guys could ask questions. We can, you know.
Yeah,
I
and
got all my questions out.
a couple of things to what both of you have mentioned already. The first one is my contact is gift, like Christmas gift, GIFT at Tennessee Temple, TEMPOFC.com. So gift at TennesseeTempleFC.com.
TN Tempo or Tennessee?
Tennessee spelled out.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And if you want, this, Vice Mayor has my cell, Andrew has my cell, they'll give it to you. I think this is recorded, so I have enough issues, people calling me that I don't know them. I don't want to repeat it on air, but if you ask me after this, but I'm not, yeah. But the couple of things I just want to give you, our academy is TN Temple FC Academy.com. That's a 501c3, capital T or TN. The Tennessee is not spelled out, just TN Temple FC Academy.com. That's the academy site. The first team site is Tennessee spelled out, Temple spelled out, like the music, Temple, FC.com. So those are two different entities, two different teams. The academy is a 501c3 nonprofit. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm just thinking how much money we put into that already. It's really nonprofit. And then there's the first team that is the S Corporation that is for profit. Air quotes because it doesn't quite make money. Whatever it makes, we pass on to the academy. But don't ask me why I'm doing this. Families ask me that question multiple times, and I don't have a good answer besides I like giving back. This is our fourth season for the minor league, and ever since we started back in 2021, we have won our conference every single season. We have, in our first season, we're in the UPSL, United Premier Soccer League, over 400 teams across the country. I think 450 if you count Mexico with us. We made it to the national championship our first season. Our second season, we lost in the Sweet 16. And our third season just ended a couple of weeks ago. We lost in the quarterfinal, the national quarterfinal, not the conference, not the region, but the national quarterfinals. And then this is our fourth season we just begun. They went on the road to play a new team that's supposed to be really good in Jackson, and they won on Saturday. I wasn't there. I was here at home. But they won 6-1 in the season opener on the road. So I say that to say one last thing, sorry, before I say this. We were one of 9 or 11 teams across the country, amateur teams, that qualified for the U.S. Open Cup. The U.S. Open Cup has been around for, I think, at least 105, 106 years old, where professional teams get together and play. So we were one of 9 or 11 teams, I know it's an odd number, that made it to the U.S. Open Cup. And we lost to a pro side here in Murfreesboro back in March. The reason I'm saying all that is to echo what you said earlier. We have places that have already asked us to come use their place. Moving forward, we chose to stay in Murfreesboro for specifically a simple reason. Our academy is already there. After they're done training, they can stay and watch the first team train. when they're done playing games in the morning or afternoon, they can go to the stadium and watch their coaches and folks that are on that first team play. So there's a community aspect of it. There's a family atmosphere about it. That's why we've not moved the first team from Murfreesboro. I don't like paying what we're paying to be there, but to keep our family all at one place, that's why we've decided to keep it there. I can tell you that Seagull and Murfreesboro has been mentioned a lot because we're winning and we're on ESPN3, we're on different channels, and we're U.S. Soccer, different stuff is happening. So the upside of this is huge. The cost of the facility that we're mentioning, that cost is not going to go away. But could we connect with the turf company and say, hey, how do we partner and you can be a title sponsor or a different kind of sponsor and do different things because of the awareness that we create across U.S. Soccer. So there are ways for us to strategically put our heads together and figure out the best possible way forward. There are folks that I know that if they were to put their name engraved, their business name engraved in the turf, they would be willing to pay parts of it, right? So there are different ways to go about eating up that cost. Yes, it's a 30-year property that needs to be invested in as a community. Yes, all that good stuff, but soccer is still going to be using it, and if we can contribute and help in any way, shape, or form, we would love to do that. I would love for our family to be in one place. The caveat to this is I am projecting that we're going to, if history repeats itself, because history always does, we just don't listen to it, right? If we triple from year 1 to year 2, and we don't triple next year, but we only double. We came from 3 teams to 9 teams. If we go from 9 to 18, we wouldn't be able to stay in Murfreesboro. We couldn't. There are 3 clubs that are there already. We barely have space to train. There are conversations at the moment of a different location that have already agreed for us to go there next fall. That is not my first preference. Again, my preference would be here at home. But I'm concerned that if we do the rec and the rec does what we're anticipating it does, we may not have space to do the travel here. We may just be able to just do the rec. In the event of that happening, the rec will be here, and then the travel will be somewhere else in a different city, still in Middle Tennessee. But I just want to make sure, for full transparency's sake, that we're all in sync. I'm fully in with the organization, with folks that are helping, volunteering, sponsoring. But if we don't have the space to do what needs to be done, then we'll keep doing the rec as long as we can. But the pro side and then the kids side, the travel ball side, may not be able to come to LaVergne if we don't have the space for it. So,
understood. I will tell you also, we had the football program in the meeting with us, and there will be absolutely no conflict whatsoever with football. Football is our go-to here, so, but there won't be any conflict. My last question, and then we've got to get going.
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the soccer game the other night? Are you a Messi fan? Did you pull for Nashville? Just real quick.
You know this is recorded, right? And I have friends, so I like to friendship and things I like to maintain after this meeting. Okay. Whatever you want, sir.
Plead the fifth.
Yeah, play the fifth. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Giff, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
And we're going to have the rest of our meeting.
Yes,
and,
sir.
you know, you can hang around and listen to it, or you can leave. Either one, we're not going to be mad. But I speak for all of us when I say that we really enjoyed it. It's very informative and got a lot to think about, a lot to talk about. And, of course, Andrew and David will, you know, and we'll see what happens. But thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll get back on track here, and we will talk about the heat wave, or not the heat wave, but the carnival this weekend. Is that Kathy?
It is. All right. The carnival's actually started rolling in today. It opens to the public Thursday. It's open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the 24th through the 26th. Thursday, Friday, it's open 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And Saturday, it's open noon to 10. The armbands are $25 a piece. They are good for 4-hour increments. They are good 6 to 10 Thursday, Friday, 1 to 5 on Saturday, and 6 to 10 on Saturday. So important to know, you cannot use an armband from noon to 1 or 5 to 6. They are selling tickets individually for $1 a piece, and it takes 3 to 5 tickets per ride if you want to ride outside the armband timeframes.
Can you tell me those timeframes again?
It is 6 to 10, pretty much 6 to 10 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then 1 to 5 on Saturday as well. So there's 4 time frames that those armbands are good for.
Will you, and I asked you this last time, just so there's no misunderstanding, and for folks that hopefully are watching or will be watching, explain how that armband will work depending on what time you get it.
If you show up at 3 o'clock and buy an armband, then that armband is only good from 3 to 5. So you're not going to get your full 4 hours unless you do the full 1 to 5 or 6 to 10. So, and it is on social media. We've got it posted out there. Hopefully everybody will see that so that they don't pay $25 for 1 hour worth of rides. And they will be told also, if you show up at 3 o'clock and you buy a $25 armband, you're going to know that's only good till 5. So you have the opportunity to leave and come back and ride from 6 to 10.
With the same armband?
No.
They change
They
colors.
will change the armband.
Yeah.
So, but before you purchase that armband, you will be made aware that it is only good until 5 o'clock.
Gotcha.
Because that Saturday's the only day it's really going to affect anybody. So.
Any questions about the carnival? All right, and we will move on to the big event for the Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival. We've got the kickoff concert Friday night, September 15th. It is Gabriel Sanchez presents the Prince Experience. It's at 7, gates open at 6. Parade Saturday starts at 10 a.m. It'll start at City Hall, end at the park. Festival starts immediately after the parade and will end at 3:30. So there's no Saturday night concert. It'll be just day entertainment on Saturday.
How many horse cars have we had people sign up for?
We have had no horses. I did have one of the horse organizations come get his registration form, and I did let him know about the requirements. If you register a horse, it has to either pull a trailer or a float. And that's normal. They come and they'll get the registration, then they turn it in all at once. So I've not received the registration, so I don't know how many he's planning on putting in the parade. There's 2 big horse organizations that usually register. So.
Tell me just a little bit before we end here about that entrepreneur, the kids' things.
Okay.
I read it. Sounded pretty cool.
Children's Entrepreneur Market. They travel. It's in different states, but this one's of Tennessee. They travel different cities in Tennessee, different festivals, and the booths are strictly run by children. So she takes up her own registrations, and then she just reports back to us how many booth spaces she will need. She organizes it, and then they're just going to participate at our event. They'll have their own little section. And if you see that, you shared it. So she's trying to get the word out. So if you don't mind sharing.
Is that, are those things that those kids invented?
Not all of it is handmade, but it's strictly children run. So it could be CDs that they acquired. It's not, I don't believe it's all, handmade or homemade by children, but the booth itself is managed. They have to run the booth, they manage the money on the booth, they do it all. So.
And who are your bands throughout the day?
At 11:30, we have Hobo Road, and then at 2 o'clock, we have the Road West Band.
Parade starts at 10.
10 a.m. at City Hall.
At City Hall. Any questions from the board? Any comments? All right. So we'll talk just for a minute. How many of you are excited what you heard about soccer?
It's time.
I made my mind up.
It's way past time.
Way
And-
past time, yeah.
And as Andrew said, and me and him was talking about it the other day up at the Howl at the Moon was, I remember when my son and he played, I coached, and we started behind the Senior Citizen Center, and they were building Veterans Memorial. And I remember when it got done, how exciting it was to come up here to a new park. Because down there, the lights were drooped down like this, and
Remember it well.
sparks was flying off the lights, and they would go.
Bags sticking up out of the.
Yeah, you remember
ground
that,
if they
yeah.
weren't
So I'm
in
excited.
there.
I hope there, even though this sounds great, I hope that all of the other wheels that need to be in motion with the city and parks and 501s and RFPs and green space and things like that I hope we can get that all together and make this happen. So our next meeting will be September the 18th, right here at 6 p.m. With that said, we are right on time. I call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you. award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today, Don.
Yeah, back at home here in Studio B. How about that?
We've been on the road for a few shows.
We have been.
But it's good to be back.
It is. It really is. And, hey, we got some good news as far as the radio station front goes.
Sweet. Let's hear it.
WCMT over in the Martin area, Northwest Tennessee, and AM 1410 on their FM side, 101.3 FM. And they've got a group of sister stations that are also joining in on the Wildcast team. So
what's
anyway,
that bring us up to? Drum roll, please.
Oh, gosh, about 33 radio stations now. So
yeah. That's great. It's awesome to hear.
Yeah.
We were hanging in that 20 range for a long time. Now we're up to 30 plus, so that's great.
Yeah. And anyway, covering that area of the state really well now.
Awesome. Well, speaking of West Tennessee, we got some guys in here
that's what I was thinking.
Work in that area of the state.
Yeah. How about that?
WCMT, that's my neck of the woods, too.
All right. Awesome. Well, that's the voice of Jeremy Dennison. He works out at the new facility out in West Tennessee for CWD, and he's going to be giving us some updates today. Appreciate you being here.
Sure. Hey, thanks.
And then we got Dr. Dan Grove with us today. He's going to be filling us in on some of the health issues and things with CWD.
Right. Yep.
Disease and that sort of thing. We appreciate him being here. He's always helpful in those realms.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. Do you want to update folks? I kind of touched on it, but what do you do? What do you do, Jeremy, for the agency? What's your title and what's your role?
My actual title is CWD Field Coordinator. Basically, there's a whole lot of people that have a job related to everything CWD, and my job is to sort of facilitate the field activities and sort of manage kind of getting the samples to the lab and all that good stuff. So a lot of different things, but that's kind of putting it in a box. That's what it is.
It's a full-time job, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
CWD is here to stay, unfortunately, and at least out in West Tennessee. And
right.
It's a full-time job.
Yep.
Just out of curiosity, Jeremy, before CWD, tell me what your role was.
Well, actually, not too long before CWD. All 3 weeks of it? Yeah. I came in at what is now biodiversity.
Okay.
Division. So I was a surveys manager and non-game at that time. And then was lucky enough to promote to the regional big game biologist in November of 2018. And then in December of 2018.
Wow.
Kind of got turned on its head. And
So 3 weeks, like Dan said. Yeah.
It was great. It was a great 3 weeks. We blame it on him. Yeah. So,
and while we're touching on history, you grew up hunting and fishing in Tennessee?
Absolutely. Awesome. I grew up in Dyer County, deer hunting, squirrel hunting as a kid. Still deer hunt to this day.
Yeah. Awesome.
Every chance I get. So yeah, I've always lived in West Tennessee. Live up around the Martin area. So yep,
awesome.
That's me.
Dan, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I serve as TWA's wildlife veterinarian.
Right.
I work for the University of Tennessee. In the university I'm with in Extension, and I serve as the wildlife health specialist for the state on behalf of Extension within the university.
Awesome. And you've been in Tennessee, since about 2018-ish, right, or 19?
Yeah, well, back to Tennessee. I actually grew up in East Tennessee.
That's right. That's right. I forget that. Yeah.
Yeah, kicking around in the Tennessee Valley and in the Smokies and places like that. Camping and fishing and doing those kind of things as a little kid. And,
awesome.
And whatnot.
So you bleed orange, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Both of my degrees are from there, and I now work there. So
that's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Well, today, if you don't already know, I don't guess we really mentioned it, but it's all about CWD updates in this show. And I was going to highlight the season dates to get us started. Hope everyone enjoyed the August hunt. You know what? While I'm saying that, you said you had updates on the August hunt.
Sure, yeah, just some preliminary numbers I ran when I got to the office Monday just to kind of see what we're looking at. I know the August hunt is really dependent on the weather. You know, you have some years where it's just super hot all 3 days.
This year?
Yeah,
man.
Luckily, in parts of Tennessee, we got a little rain, and like the Sunday afternoon was actually really nice for the season.
Okay,
cool.
It was up a little bit from the year previous. It's actually about 740 deer statewide were harvested, which is a tick up from the 5-year average. So, you know, and a lot, you know, some people are getting out and taking advantage of that opportunity. Actually, of the 750 or so that were harvested, 650 or so were residents. So
okay,
about 95 or 100 were non-resident folks. So
very cool. That's good to know that some folks are coming out and enjoying
Yeah.
that. Yeah. That's pretty neat. And yeah, that was the velvet hunt, folks call it. We call it the August hunt, but it's deer are in velvet more than likely.
More than likely, they don't have to be illegally harvested. It's a buck only hunt.
Yeah.
That does mix some people up that they have to be in velvet, but they do have to have antlers, but they don't have to be in velvet.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to try that season yet. I just can't get myself out there in the heat in that time of year.
I didn't go this year. I have gone previously. You got to have all your ducks in a row when it's that hot, and it was definitely a workout. Climb and stand and all that in August. So.
Have the ice chest ready.
Yeah, right.
You
Yeah,
got it.
preserving that deer and getting it to the taxidermist or the processor.
Yeah, it takes a little extra planning that time of the year, but a lot of people are taking advantage of it, and I've seen some pictures of some really, really nice deer. I won't say it's easier in the summer, but you know, you might get lucky enough to catch a mature buck still in a summer pattern as far as feeding. And, so.
And in those smiling faces, or in those pictures, there are smiling faces along with those nice deer.
Sure.
Everybody's always having a good time.
Absolutely.
All right, so coming up next is the archery hunt, September 23rd to October 27th for statewide, and then it breaks for the juvenile hunt, and then picks back up statewide October 30th through November 3rd. But for Unit CWD, that October 30th through the November 3rd date, you can, well, I guess at that point you can hunt with a gun,
Yeah,
right?
basically right after juvenile in Unit CWD, you can hunt with a gun.
Okay.
Through
Yeah.
the end of the season.
End of the season,
So
yeah.
basically any weapon.
I was looking down, didn't look down far enough, but yeah, it doesn't stop on that November 30th. It runs through January 12th.
Yeah.
So.
And again, that's just Unit CWD.
Right.
You know, make sure you check your hunting guide. Make sure you know what deer hunting unit you're going to. So
I was checking out the little hunt planner card here, but yeah, in our guide, page 28, all the seasons are there, all the units, and then right next to that is the CWD information, and we're going to be touching on some of that today. So perfect. All right, Dan.
Yeah, just one quick thing to note about Jeremy touched on it there is just because a county has had CWD found in it, it may not have all the same regulations as Unit CWD. So
Correct.
be careful to check which county specifically you're hunting in. Just because it had one positive or two positives, it may not have all the same regulations. And that's more on the management side of things. Because you know, the less CWD, you don't have to be, you know, there's not as many strict regulations in place, or sorry, I should say increased hunting opportunities in place in some of those
Sure.
counties. So, but all the incentive programs are available in all the counties that have been determined to be positive. It's just the extended seasons and things like that are not necessarily applicable to all those counties.
Perfect. Yeah. So if you're in the guide, everything's color coded. The names are there for the counties that fall in that Unit CWD regulation. So that's good you mentioned that, because we're going to touch on transportation today, and that applies to a lot more counties. So perfect. So folks who may be new to the show or new to Tennessee may not know we have CWD. Dan, will you touch on what it is?
Yeah. Chronic wasting disease is what CWD stands for. It is the long version of the disease that's caused by prions. And for CWD, it only impacts our cervid species here in Tennessee, and that's going to be, for our wild species, it's going to be our white-tailed deer and our elk. We have only found it in West Tennessee. It has not been found in our elk population, which is in East Tennessee, in either of the populations, the Park population or the Upper Cumberland population. Basically, all it is an abnormal protein. but it's infectious. And so when this abnormal protein gets into the animal, it gets exposed to the normal proteins and makes those normal proteins misshape and turn into the abnormal form of the protein. And when that happens, the body doesn't know what to do with it, can't break it down. These things start to bind together and form what we call plaques in basically in between the cells. And unfortunately, the place that these tend to form the most is in the brain and the central nervous system. And so that stops the animal from behaving normally the more it builds up. It's a really slow, progressive disease. Like if an animal was infected today, we probably wouldn't see any clinical signs, meaning the things that we can actually visually see, for at least 12 to 18 months. So it'd be next year around this time where we might potentially start seeing some signs in that animal.
So really the only way to know is to harvest it and have it tested and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And when you do see clinical signs in an animal, we actually do have an online sick deer reporting system that's statewide. We may not be able to get out to every deer. Certain deer meet the criteria of being able to try and get out there. A lot of times, by the time you get out to a deer that's been reported, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, it's not there. You go.
Yeah, but there's a lot of other diseases that can actually look like the clinical signs. Because basically the animal's just what we call unthrifty, right? Ain't doing right, ADR.
Yeah, something ain't right.
Yeah, poor haircut, may look a little thinner, may still have velvet even like in December or something, something weird like that. Just overall, just not doing well. And it affects all sexes and all ages. They can be born with it. Or they can acquire it through direct transmission, so basically contacting another deer that has it, or potentially even picking it up from the environment, because it does persist in the environment for an extended period of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it can do that. Yeah. So that's what CWD is, and we discovered it in 2018 in Tennessee, right? But it's probably here more than likely. I mean, because like you said, it takes a while to show up.
Yeah, and based on the numbers that we have, it's probably been here for a while, and it just went undetected. Like I said, the clinical signs will mimic a bunch of other diseases, so unless you're getting your hands on every sick-looking animal and testing them, you just don't know. Because we do have another disease in the state, hemorrhagic disease, that's more frequent, and we've seen outbreaks of that since the 50s. And so people, we're accustomed to seeing sick animals and just, it's probably hemorrhagic disease. So there's a lot of potential some animals got missed there in the early years of introduction.
We did as part of just regular check stations and biological data collection throughout the years. We did test. We've always tested deer ever since 2001, I think, is when it really started. So we tested a number of deer across the state every year. It did go undetected. I guess it was prior to 2018. We changed the way we did surveillance to more of a risk-based system. So maybe looking at areas that are closer to other states where CWD was known to exist. So we kind of switched around how we did surveillance, and unfortunately, we detected it.
Yeah, there's actually county goals set now.
Yeah.
Before it was a larger scale, and so with the county goals, it gives you a more finer scale ability to detect the disease.
Yeah.
And again, as Jeremy mentioned, it's weight-based, so the animals that are more likely to have come across the disease by contacting with other animals are weighted heavier in the scheme.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you beat me to it. I was going to applaud the agency because the Wildlife Division has been working hard to test animals, like you said, since 2001. I wasn't sure of the date, but I knew it'd been a while.
Yeah,
and sampling had been happening. It's just, it was that till 18 you found it.
Yeah, a lot of times, everybody knows the annual check stations that we usually man on like opening weekend of opening Saturday of muzzleloader and rifle season. The majority of those throughout that time, they were taking a number of samples, just as a surveillance tool. So.
And cleared, and then even out. So just so folks know, this happens all across the state. So that's why we know, and that we're pretty certain that there's not CWD across the other parts of the state.
Yeah, like Dan mentioned, the county goals. If we meet those county goals, and for the most part we do every year. I won't say that we always do for every single county. But yeah, if we meet those goals, we can say with set up to say 95% certainty that if it's present, it's less than 1%. So we have a pretty good idea that we don't have it in those counties where it's not present now.
Yeah, or it's below detectability, which is always you can never say 100% that something is or isn't in a place.
Right.
And so it could just be below our detection threshold. But on that note, we actually have met goals for every county since we started this in 2018. So we've got 5 years where we've met all the goals. And it's not just during hunting season. It's the goals are basically field staff have from July 1 of a year until June 30th. So basically the fiscal year. To meet those goals. And so when we talk about these numbers, that's the time period that it is. And we set it up that way because the bulk of sampling is actually done during hunter harvest because that's when we get access to more animals. But if the goals aren't met then we can get roadkills, if other die-offs or things like that.
Those sick deer reports that Dan mentioned, those go to the appropriate personnel in each region. If those deer get sampled, that's points towards the surveillance goals too. So
sweet. Okay, great, awesome. So, and then throughout the year since 2018, there's been some spread. That's why some of those counties. That's why that unit is growing a little bit. And you check your guide, you can kind of see what. The spread, how the spreads happen, and visit our website cwdintennessee.com to see how that spread throughout the years. I don't want to stay there too long because I want to get to the transportation regulations that changed. That's what's kind of sparked this show. We had some questions coming in, and this was set, I think back in February, and then but folks were so confused. I didn't know this went into effect. So it's in our hunting guide, page 29. But let's touch on the regulations and what changed there and how people can transport.
Right. I just want to clarify
Go ahead,
one
please.
thing real quick. I wouldn't use the term spread up to this point because the way we were doing the surveillance, we kept moving out from where we originally detected it and doing more intensive in the periphery. And so what we've actually detected is probably where it was when we first found it.
Okay.
And so what we've finally gotten, because it was so intense in Fayette and Hardeman County, we had to keep going out further and further to see how far it already was. But to get that, like we mentioned before, you have to get a lot of samples to get like that one.
Yeah.
And so I think we're at that point now where anything from this point probably is true spread from our initial detection. But, and it's splitting hairs. But the reality, because everybody's like, oh, overnight we just have it everywhere. And it's like, well, it probably was there. It's just the rate at which we were trying to detect it, we had to change and we had to increase our sampling to find it at that lower level. And so I think we have a true idea of where it currently exists. And so at this point in time, we've really shifted into the monitoring phase of spread, as well as how many animals on the landscape or prevalence of the disease in the different counties. So just a minor point, but it's we get asked that a lot, and it goes into these regulations as to why didn't we just do this to start with? It's like, well, we originally only found it in 2 counties the first year, and then the next, so it didn't it doesn't just drastically overnight spread to the level that we have it. This took a long time, and so it takes about 5 years after you first find the disease to kind of truly figure out what's going on in the landscape. And we're at that point. Last year was our 5th surveillance year since we found it. So that's really what we're looking at. So moving forward, we've got a better idea, so we're putting regulations into place that are more sensible, make more sense for the hunter, as well as what we actually know about the disease, to not prohibit people, but also make it less confusing, regulatory wise. So we're sort of at that because regulations have had to change each year because we kept finding it in different places each year. And so, last year was the first year we didn't add any new counties.
That's what I was going to say. We didn't add a new positive or high-risk county this past year. So hopefully, like Dan said, we've sort of identified the distribution. So.
And transportation is one of those tools, right? That are in place that you can help restrict.
Regulating transportation of deer carcasses and parts, and then regulating feeding and placing food and minerals on the ground.
Right. Right.
So elaborate on that, and folks, if you've got the guide in front of you, there's a pretty good map right there. I mean, it's green and yellow, and it shows which counties are in that management zone. It's not unit CWD, but it's the management zone for transportation and feeding.
Yeah, and that's just for transportation and feeding restrictions. But yeah, like Dan said, to sort of simplify, to make things a little bit simpler for hunters as far as where they can take deer across county lines and whatnot. since we have a pretty good handle on the distribution, it's present either in or adjacent to most of the counties west of the river, of the Tennessee River. We established that zone. So basically, hunters can transport deer anywhere inside that zone from river to river, and including all of Hardin County and Wayne County. So that's kind of all the CWD affected counties all in one group. So for disease management purposes, we definitely don't want to discourage people from being able to hunt and continue to hunt like they have, or even increase that. So that's one thing that we hope will help. Also, to kind of fight against the further spread. That's the other side of it, is regulating feeding and minerals and things like that within that zone. Anything that you put on the ground specifically to congregate animals to one spot can be a source of infection. Like Dan explained, the animal-to-animal transmission, or transmission from the environment. So,
there are exceptions to the feeding and bait. Well, obviously you can't hunt over bait. You can't do that anywhere in the state of Tennessee.
Right.
But the feeding portion of it, there are restrictions for exemptions for normal agricultural practices like spilled grain. Like, if you're harvesting your cornfield or your soy field and you spill some grain, because obviously not every little last bean, every last piece of corn gets into the bin, right?
Right.
So there's exemptions for that. Orchards, things like that, food plots, whatever. There's exemptions. And like if you got a bird feeder within, is it 100?
100 feet, yeah.
100 feet of the house, or 100 yards of the house?
Yeah, 100 feet.
Yeah.
100 feet of the house, that's exempt if it's attracting deer. But we still would encourage, if you do have a food source of that is attracting deer, if there's something you can do about it to just disperse that and keep that from happening, that's probably the best, especially if you're in an area that's known to have the disease. And if you're on the leading edge of it, that's a good way to keep it from spreading into your area, by potentially bringing deer into the area that might have it. So.
Right. Well, and for some folks it may have it may burden, but other folks it probably made it easier for people to get a deer processed or get it to a taxidermist in that area of the state.
Right.
Just know that you can go green to green. If you're looking at the map, you can move it from yellow to yellow, but and yellow to green. But once you get it in that management zone, which is the green zone, it's not supposed to go back across the river into those yellow counties. So just make sure you check out your map, page 29 of the guide.
And we know there's always whenever you draw a line and make one county one thing and another something else, there might be conflicts throughout this since 2018 with these regulations. Since it constantly was changing, there was always new conflicts with, especially transportation. So this is not a perfect situation for every particular maybe person, but we hope for the most part this is a simpler situation. So
two key things to mention on transport is, if you're hunting out of state and bringing it back, there's restrictions for that also.
Yeah, going out of state,
yeah. They're pretty much the same restrictions that we have for the green zone. You can't bring things back in. It's got to be boned out, caped out, skull's got to be clean, all that kind of stuff, or taxidermied. So you can't bring whole parts back in, basically, from out of state. And if you're coming into Tennessee and going to another state, you need to check that state's regulations to make sure you're not in violation, because you may be in accordance with ours, but they may have something different in place that you may get dinged for if you take it back to your home state.
Good points. That's awesome. Yeah. So we touched on transportation, touched on feeding. We're going to run out of time if we don't move on. You got a new facility. Jeremy, tell me about the new facility you've got out in Jackson area. Is that right?
just east of Jackson, pretty close to exit 87. If anybody out that way knows where that is. Since we started this in 2018, one thing was apparent: we didn't really have a place to work.
It was humble beginning.
It was very humble. It was very humble, and we've sort of transitioned to different levels and kind of made do. We worked last year out of a leased facility that
that was nice. That was nice.
We made the best. We made the best of the situation and kind of got the work out, but.
Lots of retrofitting in those places.
Yeah. I mean, the agencies, made the commitment to doing this testing, providing this for hunters. So, we are lucky enough to build a new work base. basically everything from the field side of CWD will happen there. So everything that's submitted for testing, whether it's through a processor or a taxidermist where the sample's collected there, that'll end up there. Those samples get processed and shipped. The big thing is the freezer program. You know, a lot of people use that to get their deer tested. They'll bring us the head with a tag attached and all that with their information. All those tissue samples will be collected there. It's actually set up, like Dan mentioned, the retrofitting. It's set up for, you know, to be able to clean it, to be able to sanitize things, and really do what we need to do from a kind of biosecurity type situation. So, yeah, that's pretty much what's going to happen. I think last year we did about 18,000 samples out of the facility that you guys visited. Probably be in that range again, if not more, this time.
Are these coming from all across the state, right?
No, mainly
the West.
Mainly West Tennessee and Wayne County.
Okay.
We run the Wayne County samples through. We work with the Region 2 personnel to run those samples through our facility.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And all the other surveillance stuff that's happening is done in the region.
It's done in the regions. Like I said, it's still done mainly through check stations.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of those, the regional biologists will work with local taxidermists or processors to get to their quotas. But, yeah.
All right. Well, we're definitely going to run out of time. Let's go to so at that facility, all best management practices are taking place to make sure the samples are done correctly and disposed of correctly and all that fun stuff.
Exactly.
We talked about submitting samples. The turnaround time. Can you touch on that real fast?
Yeah, we try to keep it under 2 weeks, basically as a general rule. We try to do better than that when we can. I think last year it was about 9 days for Region 1 samples. You know, maybe a little more. It's not, you know, maybe not that fast in other parts of the state, but yeah, we try to get them out as fast as possible.
Okay, and then you're going to be notified by email. A lot of the times, most of the time, positives are you get a call, so you know.
Yep.
We'd like to know where that deer was harvested so we can put another dot on the map to kind of know.
Location's really important.
Yeah, and have folks make sure that your email address and everything is correct in your agency, in your licensing account, so that we have a good contact to get in touch with you.
So go to gooutdoorstennessee.com. Make sure your email is up to date right there. While you're there, make sure your address is up to date. If you get the magazine, make sure that's up to date so you can get subscriptions and things from us. Appreciate you guys being here.
Yeah, problem. Glad to be here.
Yeah. A good update. I even learned a few things and just kind of refreshed my memory as the deer season's starting to fire up.
Starting to get that time.
Yeah, it's starting to cool off. Football is here. Go Orange. Go Big Orange, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And but anyway, excited for this season and what it holds. I'm gonna get out there and try to do some hunting. Hope you guys do too.
I'll be there.
Everybody get out there, hunt early, hunt often, and make use of your bag limits and your incentive programs.
There you go. Perfect. Yeah, we didn't even touch on incentives. That's on page 30 of your hunting guide, so check that out as well. This is Tennessee Wildcast. Thank you, Don.
You bet. Thank you, guys.
Thanks
a lot.
Dan and Jeremy, appreciate it. We'll see you next time. Keep coming back.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Bye.